Oh, good evening. It is Saturday night. It has just gone 8 o'clock, and it's time for some Doctor Who. And with me, lo and behold, is not just Chris, but say hello, Chris.
Hello, Chris.
There's Lucosa as well. Join us for the first time.
Evening.
Hello, Lucosa. How's things?
It's not bad. Yeah, as I was saying when I first showed up here, I've picked a real winner of a story to make my debut appearance with.
It's a weird one that you've actually, like I said, it's good that you've joined us on this one because it's easy to do the really good ones. It's the ones that are really shaky that are like, this is where it needs the help.
Yeah, yeah. This
Um,
this story needs a lot of help. Let's face it.
oh yes. Well, here's the thing. I think the story is pretty sound. It's just the execution of the story that's really bad. Um, this is directed by Paddy Russell, right? Who was, the guy's directed Emmerdale, and this is the Doctor Who story. You think about it, and it's like, I'm really not sure. Like, imagine asking Paddy Russell to direct Jurassic Park.
From the
It's just,
Yorkshire Dales to the plastic dinosaurs. What a
and
choice.
Yeah,
yeah, and that's kind of the issue here with Invasion of the Dinosaurs is the fact that you've got this guy with no experience of this, like none, and you've just kind of thrown him in to direct this story. Yeah, so Chris, what do you know of? We come to Lucosa in a second. Obviously, yeah, but Lucosa knows more of this story than Chris does. Chris, can I come to you first? What do you know of Invasion of the Dinosaurs?
Not that much, to be honest. I know that it's one that gets laughed at a lot.
Yes.
If you're going to poke fun at an episode of Doctor Who, this is one of the ones that cops it. I mean, I
Oh
have
yeah.
seen, I've seen stills of the dinosaurs, such as they are.
Hmm.
But the actual story itself, I don't know a lot about it. So this is kind of a first watch for me. Aren't I
I mean,
lucky?
I think you've stepped onto this one here. This is happening in 1973. So we're in a post Diamonds Are Forever world, and I think it's evident in the story that this is a Diamonds Are Forever because it's established the Bond tropes. The big Bond villain, the secret base, the big plot to take over or destroy the world. It's got all that into it, and it's all gone through a Doctor Who filter. Um, it's written by Malcolm Hulk, and he's got a. It's kind of up his street, if you know what I mean, for the writing style. But it's also because Malcolm Hulk is very good at doing. He doesn't really do character pieces, or he doesn't really do plot pieces. He likes to do antagonist versus protagonist kind of stories. That's kind of his spiel. Which it does lead to a writing style which I really don't like. But that we'll get to that when we get to it. Um, I'll tell you this. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what happens, but I think it's going to make you go, "Why did they do that to this person?" Um, I think Lucosa knows what I'm on about.
I'm pretty sure I know. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. It's one that probably pissed off a lot of fans.
yeah.
Um, I would say that's probably one of the reasons why this episode gets marked down. But
I
another,
think I might actually know what you're talking about. Does it
well,
involve a certain captain by any chance?
it does, yes. But also, this episode introduces the Whomobile. Aren't you lucky?
Yeah, I have to say, as bad as the effects are on the dinosaurs themselves, for me, the real low point of this story is the Whomobile.
Yeah,
And that was just a terrible
it's
idea.
it's a dodgem, isn't it? It is though, isn't it?
Yeah,
It looks like a dodgem. It literally looks like somebody lifted it off the fairground and just went for a joyride. It doesn't. In fact, it doesn't look that cool. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. I really don't. But anyway, Chris, I think what you're gonna get out of this episode is some good character writing from Sarah Jane. More than anything else, I would say Sarah Jane Smith actually has a good strong performance in this. But man, you're gonna be in for a shock. like when we think that the effects can't get any lower. Hold my beer. So anyway, Chris, let's go over to Lou Koza, who's joined us for the first time this evening, and I'm so happy he's here. Hello, Lou Koza.
Good evening.
Now then, I said that you probably know this episode better than Chris. You're very familiar with the classic era of Doctor Who, this particular era.
Yeah.
What do you remember of Invasion of the Dinosaurs?
Like the vast majority of people, the thing that always stands out is just how horrendous the effects on the dinosaurs themselves are. There's also, the Who-mobile, which for me it's not just the low point of the story, it's the low point of the entire Pertwee era. I personally find the story quite slow going.
It's a six-part, and that doesn't need to be a six-part.
Exactly, yeah. It didn't need to be a six-parter. It really should have just been a four-part story. And yeah, it's not a favourite.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, I think with what you were saying there, it is a slow story, and it is stretched out, and you can kind of feel it in that it does things whereby it deliberately divides people. There's a bit of a padding part where they divide the Doctor and Sarah Jane. That goes off on a tangent, which we'll get to when it happens. But there's a whole separate story that she goes off and has, which I think benefits Sarah Jane. But the problem is, I wish we would followed her more than went back to the dinosaurs. Because I think it was a much more interesting story, actually.
I don't know if it's because I haven't seen this story for quite some time. It's got to be, it's got to be at least 15 years since I last watched this. But I seem to recall that the dinosaurs themselves don't actually appear very often throughout this. It's not difficult to figure out why, but
I mean, they have sort of they don't really do any big epic shots with them. But here's the interesting thing, right? I don't blame the BBC on this because it wasn't the BBC's fault.
No, that's right.
They outsourced the effects to the dinosaurs. What happened was that Barry Letts, when it came to doing the production of it, was looking more at the way they'd done the effects for Carnival of Monsters. And when it came to the actual puppeteering of the Jurassic, they were more like, oh, we can do this, and we could probably do this with dinosaurs. And of course, they let it out to a studio in Pinewood, who said, yeah, we can do this, and they kind of took them on their word for it, without really sort of checking their resume.
Mm-hmm.
So they were expecting Ray Harryhausen type effects, and what they got back was Fraggle Rock.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally like you can. There are moments in this whereby, I mean, even Terrence Dicks was watching this, going, "Make them walk, make them walk."
I'm getting the distinct impression there are no moments in this episode that's going to make Sam Neill grab hold of Laura Dern's head and turn it to look at a dinosaur.
Oh no, that will happen, but for a very different.
Yeah, for very different reasons. Yeah.
I can assure you, there's parts in this whereby you swear hell. Like there's a scene later on. I don't want to spoil anything, but there's a scene later on whereby the Doctor is he's been attacked by a pterodactyl.
As you do.
Yeah. The only problem is, right? I wanted to, when you watch this, I want to picture this in your mind, right? You've got a door there. You've got the Doctor fighting off this pterodactyl, but just imagine behind the door is Rod Hull. And I think you're at the level. I think that's where you're at. I don't think it's any more like. I don't really know anything else to say really about the visual effects of this, except for the fact that it is.
Hang on a minute. Hang on. Emu was real, man. Don't start that one.
Oh, I think you're in for a treat though, but in much the same way that Mark of the Rani was a treat, you know. This is not. And it's a shame because it's. I think there is a decent enough story there, in that it is a very Bond-esque story. It is a very much a James Bond story. It's fallen into that trope. Like Malcolm Hulk went and watched Diamonds Are Forever and went, let's do that. You know, and it's again, you've got the big base, you've got the big villain, you've got the big plot to I know express the vision of the world. They filtered it through this guise of you know, pollution is bad kind of story. So that's prevalent in the story, but it's not like I mean, it becomes a mainstay feature, but it's not talking to you. It's more like talking to you about it as opposed to talking at you about it. If you know what I mean, it's more like talking about, you know, why pollution's bad as opposed to saying to you pollution's bad and it's your fault.
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't know anything at all about this episode, I'd be expecting something quite grandiose, really, because I'm just looking on the TARDIS Datacore website at the cast list on this, and it's an entire
really
screen full of names. There's some good names in it, and there's also, you know, 8 to 10 people that are uncredited cast as well. It's a massive cast.
Well, I mean, like I mean, one of the best ones in this, and it's a guy that never, ever, ever, ever gets anywhere near enough credit in the world of sci-fi, and that's Martin Jarvis. Martin Jarvis in this, he is a guy that has done everything. He is an actor that has done absolutely everything from Jack and Ori to Star Wars. Like this guy's rap sheet is incredible. You have a look at it. He done Jack and Ori, I think, for like 20 years, 22 years.
Well, I remember when he popped up in Space Above and Beyond. I was like, that's Martin Jarvis.
Yeah, and he's been the voice of Alfred in Batman since Arkham Asylum, I think, Arkham Origins, something like that. Then he's done the voice of Alfred as well for all the cartoons as well. I mean, this guy has gone around the block. He has literally done, as you said, Space Above and Beyond, but he's also done EastEnders, and he's done Woof. I mean, you seriously, like, this guy has done every. I'd be willing to bet if I give him a $5, he'd do my front room. I'm telling you, he is a guy that I think deserves it. Like I said, if there was a sci-fi Hall of Fame, he's one of the people that would definitely be in there, you know.
How many episodes of Doctor Who did he actually appear in? I mean, I can think of 3 off the top of my head, but I'm sure there must be more than that. Obviously, there's this. He was one of the Menoptera in the Web Planet, and obviously in Vengeance on Varos.
Yes.
But I'm sure there were others that he did as well.
No, I think that's it, because it was the Hartnell era, and then he was up until the 6th Doctor. So, I mean, it's not a bad run. I don't think he's done
It's not bad run. No.
What's amazing about Martin Jarvis, actually, before we get off the subject, is that for some reason I always think of him in a James Bond film, but he's never done one. And it's weird. It's stuck in my head that he was like, I can picture him as a ship captain or a boat captain, and he was never. He's done Bond, but just as audio plays. But I can never. Every time I think of him, it's just like, why wasn't he ever in a Bond film?
Well, he turned 80 last month.
Yeah.
And it was only 3 television credits, but he has done some BBC audio and some Big Finish stuff as well. So
yeah. But I mean, you just have a look at his rap sheet, man. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. The guy's done Murder, She Wrote. He's done everything. You name it, he's done it. And from the lowest point of entertainment, he didn't know his House Party. I mean,
oh dear. Yeah, that's as low as it gets.
I mean, you know, this guy was Jeeves in his own movie. I mean, he's literally, the range that this guy has is absolutely amazing. I think it's worth taking the time. I don't mind taking the time here to actually show my appreciation for him, because I think he's brilliant. So anyway, that's Martin Jarvis. There, we've also got other people in here as well. There's a nice there's a moment later on where we get another guest character in a later episode. I want to say episode 4. I want to say, whereby as she stepped on screen, it was like, "You stupid woman."
Yeah. Carmen Silvera.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally, it was the first thing that came out of my mouth. But yeah, I mean, good cast, good story. I think, again, the story's a bit for me because it is a Malcolm Hulk story, and I said he tends to write the antagonist versus protagonist, and I think what you're gonna get is one of my least favorite writing tropes, where for certain characters it works, but for this, for me, I don't think it does, and it's the fact that later on, anyway, in particular, there's this way that he writes the characters in which that they present an argument, and the characters just don't listen to it; they're just ignorant of it, and then you end up. It sounds almost like you've got two different conversations on the go, and it's just whereby this character is just being so blinded by, because it doesn't make the character seem intelligent; it makes them seem dumb, and when you're being told these are supposed to be intelligent people, it doesn't work. You can't convince me that a person's intelligent by making them do, something silly. And I think that's part of the writing. In the earlier part, it doesn't matter so much because the reveal happens and you go, oh, okay, that's why. Whereas later on, when it's supposed to be happening to these so-called intelligent people, you're like, would an intelligent person really do that? If you were an intelligent person in this conversation with this person, wouldn't you just punch him in the face? And there's even a point later on whereby people are being grabbed, sort of restrained, and you're just like, man, you would just deck this person, just like you would not go along with it. It's part of the writing that I don't like, because I think even if you were, and this comes down to the directing, by the way, the Paddy Russell directing this, clearly has the soap opera sensibilities in this, because literally, if somebody was to grab you by the arm and go, "You're coming with me," that, but that never happens. The Doctor's the only one who does that, which for a man who's opposed to violence, he's certainly getting a lot of, well, he's beating the crap out of a lot of people.
Yeah.
While I've got you here, actually, Lakosa, this is what I actually want to talk to you about, because I've never had the opportunity to really get you on screen for this. But what are your thoughts on the Pertwee era with all the Kung Fu grip stuff?
I got no problem with it. For me, the Pertwee era is second only to Tom Baker's era. Yeah. Possibly, actually, no. Thing is, I do remember some of the Pertwee era from when it was first shown, even though I was only like about 2 years old, I think, when this came on. Yeah. One of my earliest memories, going back to when I was 2, is a scene from this actual story. I'll point it out when we get to it. Yeah. But yeah, I always quite liked the whole, Pertwee turning the Doctor into a bit of an action hero type.
Yeah. My question then is following that, because I kind of know where you're coming from there, whereby this action type hero type figure of the Doctor. What do you think of that? It never got followed through by any of the other incarnations.
I wish it had, but I can understand why they didn't do it, because I've always thought the whole idea with regeneration, it's not just he looks different, but his entire behaviour is different. So I don't know if it could almost be like a bit of an excuse for the way it's written later on, and they just forget about the forget about having him as a, more of an action orientated character, and it could be that some of the actors chosen were either unwilling to do it or unable to do it. But yeah, I always just put it down to the fact that he not only did he change visually, but also his personality and the way he would respond also completely changed. It was quite literally like he was a completely different person.
Yeah, because it did happen later on, like with Sylvester McCoy, whereby Sylvester McCoy would do a similar sort of thing to what Pertwee does every now and again, whereby he would disable somebody, but it would be more almost magical with Sylvester McCoy. If you know what I mean, he would just sort of do that to somebody, and he would just sit them down.
I'm not the biggest fan of the McCoy era, so it may not be a great example for me. But,
no, but you see what I'm saying? It's given that they went into particularly with Eccleston and David Tennant and all that, where they started to ramp up and concentrate a little bit more on the pace and the action, they still never went back to what Pertwee was doing with the action, with the physical action.
Go on.
No, it's just that I just find it odd that given that this became a character trait, a very strong character trait with Pertwee in his action, that they never went back to it. That it was never. I think Six was a doctor that wouldn't mind getting his hands dirty.
I was just going to say, of all the ones that came afterwards, Colin Baker was probably the closest to it. He was always quite happy to jump in with both feet and take on whatever it was that, no matter how over the top, like being tied to whatever it is and being pushed towards an open pit, you know the one.
Yeah.
Wonderful episode, yeah.
What about you? Sorry, go on.
No, I think Colin Baker was as close as he got. Actually, one other possibility is the fact of just how popular Tom Baker was. When you consider that he was getting viewing figures close to 20 million at his peak, it could well have been the BBC deciding, okay, we want to keep Doctor Who in the future more along the lines of Tom Baker's era rather than go back to Pertwee's era.
But that's entirely possible. Chris, what about you? With how do you see the evolution of the Doctor and what happened and why they didn't follow through with Pertwee or follow on for Pertwee?
They were getting enough stick from Mary Whitehouse's mob anyway, weren't they? So it's another level of violence. I know what you mean about Sylvester McCoy just basically using pressure points, because you can actually do that to someone if you know where to push hard enough. But I wonder if the White House lot didn't have something to do with that. Look how much stick Tom Baker got. Or the program got when they held him underwater for a cliffhanger. I don't know. I was only a small child when all this, when we changed away from Pertwee.
Yeah.
But so I don't know when she started up a sort of like a cleanup campaign on the telly and that. Although I would wager good money that in her life, Mary Whitehouse has seen a great deal more pornography than I have.
Probably. You can only object to something if you know what it is that you're objecting to.
That's it. But I don't know. I think Eccleston. I think he could have carried off because he's a similar build to John Pertwee.
Mm-hmm.
I think
that's another thing then. So while we're talking about this, then just before we start watching this, would you like to have had Christopher Eccleston be more this actiony type Doctor?
Yeah, I think I would have done, because some of his stories, you think of some of the bits where he could have just put his hand on someone's shoulder and said "Hey," and they were down.
Yeah. Well, there is that scene in Dalek where he kind of says, you let me out of these manacles, I'll show you. And I'm just wondering whether or not, whether you would like to see actually a Doctor with a bit more of a a bit more of a physical violent streak in him.
I mean, how good would it have been during the end of the world if, when he had to walk through the fans, he flipped through them rather than having magical music play and him just sort of like waft his way through and avoid it.
Do you know what I never understood about that? He's got this platform that goes right across. So all he has to do is hang off the side, and he can just shimmy across. None of the fans will touch him. He doesn't have to do this walk up and duck bit. He just has to just climb over the side.
John Pertwee would have done that. He would have had a
Exactly.
prop for it as well.
Oh yeah. Oh, don't worry, you're gonna get Pertwee's props in this one. Don't you worry.
Yeah. Props are props are plenty in this one.
Yes. So anyway, anything you want to add, guys, before we make a start?
No, I'm literally going in half blind, so not much I can say at this point.
Yeah, I've still got a very good idea of what's to come, so yeah, I'm braced.
I mean, I tell you what. Before we make a start on this, just before we make a start, I want to point out something here. If you actually Google "Invasion of the Dinosaurs," they've got the case whereby it's got a picture of John Pertwee on the front and a Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's not what's in this story. That's not what's in this story at all. And I want to point this out here as well. In 1970, this is 1973, but in 1970, they knew what a Tyrannosaurus Rex looked like. You could buy them. You could buy red Tyrannosaurus Rex toys. People knew what these things looked like. That's not what happened. That's not what happens in this.
And now, is that an original cover, or is that one that was done post Jurassic Park? And they're like, "Oh, dinosaurs, we can cash in on this."
I want to say that the original one still has the original Tyrannosaurus Rex on it. So I want to say the VHS cover is still has a dinosaur on it that looks like a dinosaur. It doesn't look like somebody that should be accompanying Mrs. Grotbags.
Oh, they don't all look like Crocs, surely.
No, some of them look worse.
Oh dear.
Yeah, the good ones do. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to press play to start Invasion of the Dinosaurs. In 3, 2, 1, play. And here we go. That's a beautiful opening title sequence.
It looks nice in black and white as well.
I think this is the best title sequence of the entire show.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. The slit scan is very nice.
Yeah, I don't know why they got rid of the circular bit for Tom Baker, but there you go.
I don't know. By Malcolm Hulk, Part 1. Yeah, so I think what you see in here is the 16mm engineer's print in black and white. I've got the colorized version, so I'd be willing to bet this is shot. I don't know for sure, but I'd be willing to bet that this is shot on a Sunday morning, and it looks like it's shot on a 16mm Bolex. That would be my guess. I don't know for sure, but that's my guess.
I mean, it's raining, so it could still be filmed in Cardiff, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because it never rains in London, does it?
Very 1970s. I think this is the show, really, whereby it starts to swing into the 70s. I think you start seeing some of the 70s styling coming into this.
It's a very mysterious start.
Yeah. I mean, it's just showing sort of an abandoned city. They never got that light to flash right, did they?
No.
Again, that prop is absolutely bollocksed.
See, in the black and white print I'm watching, it actually doesn't look like it's in too bad condition, but yeah, it looks very deceiving here.
Yeah. It's funny, we were talking about Sylvester McCoy. You see Elizabeth Sladen there. She's pretty much wearing Sylvester McCoy's outfit. She is very close. She's just missing the question marks on her front.
It is, isn't it?
She could be in Curse of Fenric. She looks good though. I mean, she looks stylish.
The big question is, where the Cybermen did not attack, do the dinosaurs actually invade?
Actually, yes. They do. They actually do a pretty good job of invading. Yeah, you're also going to get a couple of repeat actors in this, which is nice. You know, some of the actors that we get to see again as in different parts. Oh, by the way, the not just the dinosaur effects in this are bad. The special effects in this are bad as well. So, like, muzzle flashes are absent. There's just people jiggling guns. It's literally people just doing this.
Have you got a license for that, Colin? I mean, that looks so realistic.
It's less of an actor with a machine gun and more of a person with Parkinson's. It's really just jiggle the gun.
Look at that Morris Marina, though.
Yeah,
you've got to be a bit desperate for a getaway car if you're going to use a Morris Marina.
Is it a Marina or? Because I was looking at it, I was wondering earlier whether or not it was a Vauxhall Vantage, wasn't it?
It looked like a Marina to me.
Yeah, it does look like a Marina.
Because I know the Cresta and the Vauxhall Cresta and things like that were of a similar ilk. This is sort of at a point whereby things were being influenced by American stylings, wasn't it?
I missed the days when Great Britain shut on a Sunday.
No, just go to Swansea. It still happens.
I mean, admittedly, for me, that's a 40-minute drive and a ferry.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's shocking. That looks like Swansea on a Sunday. Oh no, there's a moving car. There we are. And not girls just walking home hungover.
I'll tell you what this has got the feel of at the moment for me, especially with the location and the way it's shot at the moment. This could almost be the start of an episode of The Champions. It's really got that feel to it for me.
I would have said this would fall into the vein of The Champions, very much so. This would be like a really bad episode of The Champions. Surprisingly, it's just a bad episode of Doctor Who. The music's a bit subdued here as well. It's not trying to be big and bold.
It fits though with the sort of them creeping around.
But that's what I mean. It's not in your face.
Call the police, an emergency number, and it's the furthest one away to dial, barring 0. I never did understand that when I was a kid. Why wasn't it 111? It's like,
yeah, I think they wanted it so that it was the least likely to get dialed. I think that's genuinely why it was 999.
Now it's a Morris knackered.
This Marino after Top Gear have had a go at it.
Yeah. I think you can get some nice looking sets in this. If some that do look like they were shot in grain shell.
So the series they were going to do away with Unit. So far, we're 2 for 2 on Unit.
Yeah.
Not that I'm complaining. I quite like the Unit stories.
I like Lethbridge to it, but doesn't his hair look like it was made by Lego in this?
You sod, I nearly bleeding put tea out my nose then. Or coffee, I should say. And Sarah's looking a bit Lego in the hair department as well. There's a lot of lacquer going on there.
Yeah.
Is it natural or is it harmony, though?
I don't know. I mean, given that her hair is probably styled for the show, it's probably lacquer. Hold that in that position. So you'll notice that he's closing a pair of doors, and he has a door to over the top of it as well. And I think it's because those doors are stunt doors.
Right.
I don't think those doors are actually the doors that are supposed to be there. Because you see this big black sliding door over the top. And I've got a feeling it's like that for a reason.
Regardless of what happens afterwards, it's a really good start to a story.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a shame there's no music here to underpin it. And like that musical score should have started a little bit sooner.
Always smile at the distant sound of machine gun fire. Because where I went to school, we was within spitting distance of the Royal Small Arms Factory in Enfield. Mm-hmm. So you'll be out playing football or whatever at break time, and all of a sudden you'd hear all these machine guns going off, and half of the boys in the school would just fall over pretending they'd been shot. There's always a little smile at that.
Yeah, but just like those little boys in school, it was all happening off camera.
Yeah. I'd like to think that works better in black and white. See, the bit there is sticking his head through the window isn't too bad because it's really moving fast. You don't get a chance to get a glimpse of it properly.
Yeah, but not being able to see it does not make it a good effect.
No, but it makes it better than when you just saw it static at the end there before they drove through the doors.
It was like somebody wobbling a rubber bat.
Not even that good.
There's obviously John Bennett there, whose most infamous performance comes later on in Talons of Weng-Chiang.
Yes. And like we said when we watched that, regardless of what people might think of the makeup and that today, he put in a really solid performance.
It's a great performance. Again, it's a great story. I don't care what people say. I don't think it's racially insensitive at all. I think his character arc to redemption in that story is really good. Now you imagine Michael Winslow doing that. Did he actually fire any bullets, or was it just him standing there holding a gun going, like, we better do what he says, he's mental. I actually don't like the way he writes the military in this. I think that the way he writes unit is more like the military instead of how he's decided to do it here. Like I think these are very sort of cardboard cutout versions of the military.
Yeah, they are painting them as a bit gittish.
Well, it's not just that they get it's just the fact that they seem to be just like everything by the orders, by the book, with no personality.
Mm.
Oh, he's clearly lost his packet of Chewits.
I wish it was that monster.
I mean, can I be Mr. Pedantic here? That can't possibly be a Tyrannosaurus Rex because it has 3 fingers on its hand.
It's also wearing guy liner. What do you want? It's an emo T-Rex.
Yeah. They threw a grenade at me. I'm going to go off and have a little cry.
By the way, we're still at a period here where, for some reason, Doctor Who has decided that dinosaurs are green. Even though they've already established that they're not.
I'm finding that they're quite grey, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the moment they're on a grey here.
Don't worry, later on you'll get the full green scale.
The VHS copy of this I had, well, I still have. Yeah, episode 1 was black and white there, so I've never seen episode 1 in colour before.
Yeah, you're not missing much.
I don't find that hard to imagine.
I mean, they've written that bloke to be as laddish as he could possibly be, haven't they?
Yeah.
He's full on geezer. Now, see, this is my problem with Malcolm Hulks right then. This guy's supposed to be in a position of authority and an intelligent, reasonably intelligent person. If somebody was to tell you that they were the scientific advisor for a military group, you'd at least look into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially as you know the person in charge by name.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and he said he's friends with him. So imagine, like, somebody says, you know, this guy in authority is my friend, and I'm the scientific advisor. Like, you're just going to blow him off and like, no, I don't believe you. I got these stripes by doing my job. Like, no, it doesn't make them seem smart at all. Whatever it was, Spock done it before you did.
I say that again.
I said, whatever he did, Spock did it before him. The Gallifreyan neck pinch. In 1973, a group of unit specialists escaped the military stockade for crimes they did not commit.
Don't start whistling the tune, you'll get a strike.
I will hand them this. I do think they use some CSO effects in this to some really good effect, to really great use. It's just not good, the outcome. Sound effects aren't that good either, to be honest.
Not really. It's not exactly Godzilla, is it?
It is if it's the cartoon Godzilla with Godzuki.
No, it's not even that good.
And that's the end of episode 1. Chris, what are your first thoughts?
Well, I liked the opening episode. If you remove the dinosaurs from it, it was intriguing. It was very 28 Days Later to give it a modern kind of twist.
Yeah.
And it had me wondering what the hell was going on. And then...
sorry, Chris. Carry on, Chris.
I was going to say, and then... someone's been to the pound shop, haven't they?
Yeah. Nicosa, what were your thoughts having refreshed yourself for the first episode? Going into the second episode, by the way, no?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of luring you into a bit of a false sense of security because, bar the dreadful dinosaur effects, it's all coming along like really well. And you're thinking, okay, this could be great. Yeah. And then the T-Rex shows up and, a lot of the scenes you were saying about it reminds you of early episodes of the Champions and that with the deserted London. All I kept thinking of was the Day of the Triffids. It was very much that sort of atmosphere, and I thought, this is really great, and
yeah.
Trouble is, now we've started episode 2, we're going to get a flashback, and we're going to see that thing in colour now, aren't we?
Yeah, oh yeah, we see it in all its glory.
Let me know when the episode actually fades in.
Well, I'm at John Pertwee looking out the back of the van.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's exactly where I am. There it is, in all its green glory.
I've got men shooting at it.
Yeah, shimmying the guns at it.
That's easy for you to say.
Yeah. See, the CSO effect isn't too bad. It's just the CSO effect of what it's actually pointing at is bad. Like, had there been a good effect, the actual match shot wouldn't have been too bad. It's a puppet. Do you know what's worse? Is that it's not just the dinosaur effects that are bad. Later on, when you actually get to see it, they actually go really close to the models for the city, and you can see they literally just painted bits of wood. Like they're not even models. It's just a bit of wood that's been painted to look like a building. It's horrendous. You'd think there must be a point whereby they would go, actually, we're not even going to pay you for this. No, because they must have paid these people in advance. There's no way these people got paid on receipt.
You just know that someone somewhere thinks this is great.
I know for a fact that not long after this, the effects company that did this went out of business.
Really? Shocker.
Yeah, I'd say hard to believe why, isn't it?
Yeah, no, they went out of business.
I mean, I can only assume the BBC or the production team behind this must have already spent quite a bit of money, assembling the cast and the crew and everything else, because surely somebody, as soon as they saw those special effects for the first time, just thought, let's just scrap this. This is not going to work. And it's like they were obliged. They had to go through with it.
I mean, they would have been contracted for it, and they would have spent the money on it already. So I'm assuming that, I don't know how far through this production they would have got the effect shots back to edit in. So, but they must have had some back earlier because they do a lot of CSO effects in it. Now, this is an interesting plot point. It's a wonderfully interesting bit of plot, and it's a wonderfully interesting point. They never bring it up or mention it or follow through on it ever again.
Yeah.
Do they not?
No. I mean, they mention it, but they don't do anything with it. That's it. That's all of it.
That's it. So that's some sort of time tunnel that never gets mentioned again.
No, the time effect gets mentioned, but the fact that they've just summoned a person from the 13th century, that doesn't. It's not a thing.
Okay.
It's just random. You're the sound effects of footfalls. I mean, she's just lucky he didn't kick that door open.
Yeah.
The door opened back the other way with two blood streaks down her nose. Now then, here's something that you might think is incredible. Tate and Lyle have not changed their font in 50 years.
I'm just wondering if the doctor wants a spoon of coffee to go with his sugar.
But like, you think about it, like people update their logos and all that. Tate and Lyle just like, no, we're happy. We've been using this since 1940 odd. It's gonna stay, and they still use it today.
There's not many companies that do that. I think the only other one I can think of is possibly Lions Made that have been using the same sort of, the kids dancing. Yeah.
I mean, I think Coca-Cola have changed theirs a few times as well. So yeah, it doesn't happen very often.
No, it don't.
See, yeah, this sort of thing. Never mind your scientific gobbledygook. Well,
Yeah.
how are you supposed to explain something like that in layman's terms? That is as much, as close to layman's terms as you get.
Yeah. And again, that's what I'm talking about. How they're supposed to write these intelligent people this way. It doesn't do them any favors when you write them
No,
down like this.
no, that's right.
Yeah, the only way he could have made it any easier was the monster came out of the magic tunnel.
Yeah. Exactly. But it really doesn't help, and it doesn't help the brig either. Because they've done it a few times whereby the brig has sort of ignored what the doctor's been saying, or doesn't believe what the doctor's been saying, even though the doctor's explained something in very, very simple terms. I don't know if that man ever has a face that can make you just go, I trust him. Even if he smiled, he would just be like, kill it with fire.
Mm.
Yeah, he's pointing out there's a terrible visual effect coming. It's a shitty Saurus.
I'll tell you what, it's better than the T-Rex.
It's not. Yeah,
No,
it's just further away.
Yeah, in the long shot.
See, the CSO is quite good.
That is the scene that I can remember when I was 2 years old.
Yeah. Yeah. The only problem with that CSO effect is it makes Pertwee look like he's 9'3" because it's not quite scaled properly.
Yeah, the scale certainly isn't right.
He really shouldn't be as tall as the lamppost. Now, just out of curiosity here, does anybody believe that he is in the military with a haircut like that?
Well, it's the 1970s military.
Yeah, I still don't buy it.
Yeah, no, I don't buy it. I mean, it's the military, not the Bay City military.
Yeah. I mean, one of the big problems here with they matching shots is the fact that they cut him back and forth, and you got like this is not natural daylight, and then it cuts back to the visual effect shot, and you can see the sky behind is white. And when it cuts to it, it's blue and grey, and it's just like they're totally different. You know, just from a matching point of view, if you wanted to match this, just blow up the contrast a little bit. This is not beyond the tools and technology that they had in the day, like. That leads me to believe that that these effect shots were very much a second or third thing that they did in the production. I'd be willing to bet that it wasn't produced side by side.
So we're about 13 and a half minutes into episode 2, and I already find that character utterly unbearable.
Which one? The general.
General, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the one thing is though that he's supposed to be for a good reason.
Oh yeah.
But
I
that's
think it is overdone a bit though.
yeah. But I mean, with a face like that, how are you supposed to like
Well,
it?
yeah, that's not a face you can trust, is it?
I mean, he's got cheekbones you can open boxes with. It's just like I said. I think some of the stuff that they've got in this is nice. I like some of the sets that they've got. I think they're quite effective. I love him as a character actor. He never plays any other character other than Slimy Git. He's never played anything. I have never seen him play anything happy or respectable.
Every time I see him, I just think, oh, it's Steiner.
Yeah.
You mean Niders, eh?
Neither, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. But that's me. He's just a creepy bastard. That's all he is. Like if you told me that he was going to go around capturing kids for Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, I would believe it.
I can certainly believe it, yeah.
I was just about to say I'm surprised he hasn't popped up under Operation U-Tree. The characters, not the actual actor.
Yeah. Oh, the actor's
brilliant. I'd like to just state that the characters, not the man himself.
The thing is, it's really easy to write somebody or to portray somebody as wholesome. To get somebody to hate you with a sentence, just one sentence, that's hard. Like you've got to be good at your game to do that. Put me in his props.
That's like props plus he's got there, isn't it?
Oh man, he's in his element, yeah. He's got a soldering iron. He's going to town. They didn't even ask him to build that.
No, he brought it with him. What have you got in your bag this week, John? Well, funny you should say that.
I bet he's the one who drew all the stuff on the blackboard. No, then. So, yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure how good an idea it was to reveal that he was, basically turned traitor in episode 2.
I think it was a bad idea anyway.
I mean, if you didn't know any better, you'd be waiting for the master to pop up now, wouldn't you?
I mean, it's not nice. I think there's a lot of good reasons why people don't like this particular character trait. By the way, Peter Miles there, who plays Professor Whittaker, passed away a couple of years ago. 2018, he was aged 89. So, yeah. By the way, he was in 17 episodes of Doctor Who.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Well, there's a few, but is that 17 25-minute episodes or
Yes.
17 stories?
17 25-minute episodes. Still a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Still, 17 weeks in Doctor Who, it's not bad. Dr. Lawrence, Professor Whittaker, and Nyder. He only ever did 6-parters. I want to know how. I want to know how he knows how the stun gun works so he can develop an anti-stun gun to it.
Well, having just seen the effect that followed that, I want to know why.
I mean, if I'm desperately trying to find a positive about the effects, that does look better than the Tyrannosaurus Rex did.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hard to step up. It's really... It gets worse. Don't worry. It goes downhill. If you think it can't go downhill, wait till later on when they have a scrap.
Oh, yes, yeah. Yeah, the highlight of the story, I think, but for all the wrong reasons.
I mean,
There's something to look forward to.
yeah, I mean, here's the thing: they couldn't make these things walk. These were rod puppeted dinosaurs. Literally, there's slots cut under the floor, and they've got the rods underneath, so they could literally only do this, and they couldn't make them walk. It was almost like they could moonwalk, but they couldn't walk. And again, you can tell by looking at the lighting for this show where this is being filmed outside. You can tell where it cuts between this and effects because they just didn't match them, and it looks appalling. And again, it's a simple thing to do. All you've got to do is just turn up the gain. It's not hard. You can do that with your TV. I think if they turned up the gain there on that dinosaur, or just a little bit, I think it would have washed out a lot of, and blending it would have been a big part of it.
There's a big silver bit under the barrels.
Yeah. He built it. He should know what's there. I like the fact that the gun's got a particle accelerator on it, though. That I've never seen that on a ray gun before, ever. You always just see a ray gun that looks like, it looks like a ray gun. Whereas that thing, it's actually got an accelerator on it. Yeah, there it is. Guy liner and all.
I mean, that is beyond poor.
No, it gets worse.
Okay, it can't get much worse than that,
Oh,
surely.
It can, unfortunately.
I'm wondering. That's the end of that episode. I'm wondering, Lucosa, what do you think they were thinking when they went into making this episode? What do you think was their initial idea?
My honest answer is I wish I knew. I mean, um,
I mean, do you think that they've been influenced? I mean, obviously they've been influenced by cinema at the time, but I mean, wait a sec, I've got BritBox changing over here. Ting, presented by BBC, and diddly 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 diddly.
I can't think of any like either film or television series from the time
Yeah,
that could have influenced this. Um, the thing that irritates me the most about this is something you touched on last week when you were talking about this. Why do they have to put almost too much science fiction into a story that features dinosaurs? Why can't it just
yeah,
be set at the time when the dinosaurs walked the earth?
yeah.
And
It's really galling with Doctor Who that he could travel anywhere in time and space and sticks within a 1,000 year gap. He
yeah,
hardly ever goes. He hardly ever goes back far enough into the past or far enough into the future. It's always, between sort of, 1500s to 2500s, and he can travel anywhere. He can travel millions of years into the past, millions of years into the future, and it very rarely happens. But yeah, they've never done a good dinosaur story. Never.
I mean it's got the potential there. You know, I mean, surely they can come up with like a half decent story, half decent explanation as to why they are stuck, say 65 million years in the
Yeah,
past. And
I
then
would.
you've got all the reason you need for having dinosaurs present.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, with a dinosaur story, I would probably go. I would probably like to go and do a dinosaur story 200 million years in the past, because I think you at sort of, I think that's a Cretaceous period. Um,
200 million, I think
or
I think
possibly
that's quite a bit early in Cretaceous.
it could be,
That could
yeah,
be going as far back as Triassic period
could be,
there.
yeah. But I mean, it's still it's a sort of peak of the civilization of dinosaurs. Um, I mean, I think I would like to do that because you want to be so far away from human civilization. Um,
Have you not seen Million Years BC? Dinosaurs and people together.
Man, they
In
do it.
fact, earlier on when Luke Oza said when dinosaurs walked the earth, I almost instantly in my head went when a land was swamp and caves are home from the Iron Maiden song.
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't know if you've seen it, but not long before this episode got made. I mean, about 2 years. They did When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth, the movie, and that was kind of I would have said that was possibly an influence on them doing this. The only big difference is that they had Victoria Vetri in it as a sort of a blonde bombshell running around in a bikini. Um,
Did they have actual special effects as well?
oh yeah, yeah, it did. It actually, for the time, it doesn't look bad. It's not quite the bonanza this is.
Yeah. Yeah, those records, those white records all are holding in place there.
Like, why is it green? Why? What the hell? You see, proactive.
Mm. That's why she's the best.
Yes, it does. Whittaker does ring a bell in Doctor Who.
No, I don't. I've just racked me, but no.
Don't be mean. It's not her fault. I'm just gonna let's have a look. Yeah,
It's nice that they're doing realistic dinosaur breathing movement behind them. At least it's not just laying there. I've got to give them credit for trying.
Oh, absolutely. Look, I totally don't hold anything against them for the scope of what they're trying to do. It's just the way they went about and done it. I will want to point out something here. Hang a sec. So let me just point this out to you, and just so we all understand what we're dealing with here. This is a 1970s dinosaur toy from 1970. They knew what a Tyrannosaurus Rex looked like.
Well, this lot clearly didn't. Perhaps that one's an Allosaurus.
I mean,
No, that is a T-Rex.
I mean, you know, I don't know what to say. Like, it's just, you know, they knew what they were doing. Have we got it from another? Yes. We just pull this up because this is from another angle. Oh. There you go.
A dinosaur clearly doesn't like pens.
This was available in 1970, so this had already been out for 3 years at this point. So the excuses for why this episode looks the way it does so far, it's pretty limited. It's good to know that she had time to make a costume change, man. Did anybody notice that they moved the TARDIS?
He did say about the TARDIS being in a ditch or something, didn't he?
No.
Yeah, the Doctor did mention the TARDIS.
Oh, he might have mentioned it. I mean, he left it in the park.
But yeah, they didn't make a big deal of it, but I know he mentioned something about getting the TARDIS.
See, the CSO effects in this are pretty good for the time as well. It's just what they actually cut in a CSO 2 was bad for Barney.
You had to say it, didn't you?
It was that. Look, it was either that or Denver.
I'd rather it was Denver than Barney. I'd almost eradicated that big purple twat from my mind and from when my kids were little, and you've ruined it now.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could pretend it's Denver, just give him an electric guitar.
Are you talking Denver the Last Dinosaur?
I am.
Yeah.
He's our friend and a whole lot more. Nobody does phone acting as well as Nicholas Courtney. He can pretend he's on the phone like better than anyone. He knows where to put the pauses in. He knows where to put the weight in. He knows where to put the cut in. I just want to point out here, she is. I know this is science fiction, and I know that she's pretending to be taking photographs here. But think about this: she is taking photographs of a dinosaur through a window on the inside of a building with a flash. I'm just saying, when she gets those photographs developed, she's going to be really disappointed.
Well, she'd be more disappointed if they came out, wouldn't she? Really, let's be honest. Sorry enough, looks like it's made out of rubber.
Like, what I can't figure out here, right, is they've clearly done a CSO effect here of the actor walking into this model of the environment with the dinosaur. I can't figure out why they didn't have the actress in an actual factory environment and just CSO the dinosaur in. Like, why make it hard for yourself?
They did seem to like the gratuitous overuse of CSO during this era. I mean, it's obviously never going to be as bad as, the inside of a phone box in Terror of the Autons.
Yeah.
Why on earth that needed to be done through CSO?
I know. There's some really, really... I mean, there's some really bad stuff. Oh, God.
So what you're saying is that's not a real dinosaur then? That's the impression I'm getting from this.
I don't think that's a fake toy. It's I don't know what that is. I'm willing to bet a green sock puppet would have been better. Invasion of the Sock Puppet might have worked. Somebody puts on a possessed sock on their hand and it goes around killing people.
I'll tell you what, if I had socks that looked like that, I would definitely go and see a chiropodist.
Well, you can get those fluffy sort of stuffed slippers, can't you? Yeah, there we go. I can only imagine being in the room with Terrence Dicks as he's watching the dailies coming back. He'd just be sitting there going, "What?" Like the model effects for the buildings and everything are pretty good. It's everything else. Why is there that much sawdust up on those? I don't know.
Well, things get dusty, don't they?
Yeah,
especially when you're chopping wood on the roof.
Barry Island Beach doesn't get that sandy.
Oh, that was bad.
I mean, you shouldn't laugh. It's not. I mean, somebody spent a lot of money on this.
I don't
Someone spent a lot of time on it. I don't know about a lot of money.
Oh. I mean, I just imagine being in part of the production of this. You've said you've got this big story. You've got this really big, ambitious story. It can only go two ways. It can really only go two ways. I gotta be honest, I quite like Pertwee's petrol blue blazer. I quite fancy that myself.
I do think that looks quite stylish. That not as good as his green ensemble, but yeah, it still looks all right.
Yeah. I mean, they're all styled pretty good in this.
After the Pertwee era finishes, don't we have to wait all the way up until Matt Smith before he starts wearing bow ties again?
Yeah. No, I think Sylvester McCoy wears a bow tie in the movie. If I'm right, Sylvester McCoy in the Doctor Who movie does wear a bow tie. I think. He definitely wears a fez.
Yes. So that's how good the this episode's holding us. We're talking about articles of clothing now.
No, but I mean, like, Sarah Jane Smith looks quite stylish. I mean, it's another 10 years before David Hasselhoff pulls that off. Little bit of playful incidental music there. You might notice that the music score in this is quite underwhelming.
It is very underwhelming. It was.
I don't mind that though. I would much rather it be sort of like very subdued than have the opposite effect, it drowning everything out.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. But it's just the fact that I think that when you got the right sort of music, I think it like I said when they done the whole when they were snooping around the garage scene, it should have cut in sooner to just underpin what was happening in the scene. Like you wouldn't expect to have music in a scene like this with her talking to this
No.
minister. So yeah. One of the things I just clicked on here just happens to say he's talking about a review of this episode, and the title says the story with the rubbish dinosaurs actually has some good stuff in it.
It has got some good stuff, and it had a superb opening.
Well, I think the set deco is brilliant. I think if you look at this office here for the minister, it looks like a ministerial office. I don't think you can mistake it. I think the effort made by the production in general is pretty good. Oh, by the way, just so you know when they talk about Doctor Who and sometimes they talk about wobbly sets,
Yeah.
It's this episode.
This episode's got a lot of things going wrong for it, isn't it?
When we talk about wobbly walls, wait. These walls just ain't wobbly. Like, there's a point whereby you're going, why couldn't they have reshot this? It's worth mentioning. Some of the lighting in this is actually quite nice.
Yeah, I've got no issues with the sets and the lighting and that.
Yeah, no, the production, again, the production's pretty good. Again, the story does fall into a very Bond-esque vein. It's again, it's kind of like, For Your Eyes Only through a Doctor Who filter.
If she was trying to avoid that happening, why don't she just lay on the floor and put her arms?
I'll say, yeah, just get out of the chair. Problem
Yeah.
solved. Yeah.
See, these sets are pretty effective as well. I quite like these. Now, if you're in any doubt as to what year this was made, check out her collar.
Yeah, and her flares.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's full on wearing Bill Bixby's outfit now. That's the end of that one. Anyway, what was that, episode 3? So yeah, we've now taken the full twist into this episode going off on a tangent now. But I think I wish they'd stuck with this and gone down this route and stayed here instead of going back to where they're going to go with the dinosaurs. I think we're into a much more interesting story. Oh, here we go. Hang a sec. BritBox Ting, presented by BBC, and I do love the slit scan. It's pretty, and they do mix it up as well with this. So it couldn't have been cheap to do this. It is a shame about the bottom left. I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but the bottom left-hand corner through the title sequence, there's it must have been like a bit of paper or something that got stuck on the lens, and it actually blacks out the bottom left-hand corner of the image.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, next title sequence, take a look at it. As it goes through the slit scan effect, at the bottom left-hand corner, there's this mask that gets stuck in place. Oh God.
See, the thing is, I know this rather well.
Oh dear.
Does it fly in this episode?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think it's this one it flies in. I mean,
At least he, didn't go for something conspicuous.
it's got the flare collars off Sarah Jane's outfit.
It really is the epitome of 1970s futuristic look, doesn't it? Oh no!
It's everything that's wrong. It's everything that's wrong with it.
We haven't seen the worst of it yet.
No. I mean, I remember seeing the clip of that when he was on Blue Peter.
Yeah.
I think it was John Noakes, and he was trying to keep it together, and he was just like, this thing's ridiculous. There she is. You stupid woman. I recently went, because of BritBox, I recently went through and watched the complete Hello Hello, and I just laughed my ass off. It was just so funny.
I found it kind of peaked and then it started going downhill a bit towards the end. I think they overcooked it a bit, that one, but it's a very clever program. To talk in different languages just by doing the accents was genius.
Yeah.
And of course, Vicky Michelle.
Well, see, you say Vicky Michelle, but I was always much more into Michelle of the Resistance.
Well, I thought you was going to say Carmen Silvera then, so at least that's one thing.
No, there's this one episode of Hello Hello whereby she shows up in a black bikini, and I was just like, I want one of those.
If you watch his viewing history, the boxes is literally that episode about 82 times.
I find generally right. I find it interesting that when they discovered CSO, which was obviously like Doctor Who and the Silurians, right? That was the first time they ever used it, and then ever since then, they just went nuts. It was like a new toy, and I mean they use it for absolutely everything, even stuff they didn't have to use it for. And I just feel like there must have been somebody on the production that was like, we'll just use it for this. We'll just use it for that.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head there. It was a new toy, so they just felt compelled they had to use it as often as they possibly could.
Yeah, it probably cost them a few quid as well, so get your money's worth.
I don't know how much it cost them, but I mean, like, even that effect there whereby they replaced the screen, that could have been rear projection, and it would have worked brilliantly. And it wouldn't have looked anywhere near as bad.
So, yeah, and it would have looked better as well, yeah.
God, it's even got that really tacky, bright silver, thick grain on it. You shouldn't be able to see the fleck from 30 feet away. Do you think it would have looked better if they'd just got rid of the fins?
It would have looked better. It still would have looked awful, but yeah, it would have been an improvement.
I'm just trying to think. Like, imagine now that you're going to introduce this new vehicle into Doctor Who. Like, what would you have done to change that to make it?
I know exactly what I would have done. I would have given him a 3-litre full Granada, and I would have just kitted out the inside to look futuristic.
I mean, I would have just stuck with Bessie, but the trouble is, later on, we find out why it was necessary for it to have, for him to have a new car.
Yeah. But I mean, I think they went through like 3 Bessies, didn't they, in this?
I could well have done her.
Yeah, I think it was 3, because I think if you look at the original one, the original one had a shorter nose on it, and then they ended up with it having a longer front end.
Yeah, I know when it came to like Bessie's appearance in the Five Doctors, it apart from being yellow, it's about as close as it got to the original one.
Yeah.
I've got a little model of Bessie with Tom Baker in it. A die-cast one.
Yeah.
It's on the shelf up there.
I'm wondering why. Like, I mean, obviously, like you can understand. I can understand sort of. Again, this is probably just John Pertwee, honestly, people putting recommendations forward whereby, how Bond had a new car, and you had the Aston Martin with all the gadgets and gizmos, so they probably just wanted to do something like that. Whereas, I can totally see it because he does bleed off into Doctor Who all the time, but I'm just curious as to what the hell they were thinking with the production. Like, I mean, I'm looking at this retrospectively. What do you remember seeing it for the first time?
What the car?
The Whomobile.
Yeah, the Whomobile.
I think the first time I ever saw it was probably in that Blue Peter thing. I think it was Peter Purvis who was with him
could
in
been,
that.
Yeah.
And I mean, it must have been a rerun, or a repeat, just showing that clip because, I was only about 2 years old then. I remember one scene from this, which has been and gone.
Yeah.
But that's also the first time I actually remember seeing it, and even then, I just remember thinking that looks awful.
I mean, it literally, it's got very few redeeming features about it. I don't even know. Like Chris, where are you with the Whomobile?
It's a bit pants in it, really. Let's be honest. It looks like you said, it looks like a cross between a Dodgem and one of those fairground rides. Where you sit in it and you have someone either next to you or behind you, and you pull on the stick and it goes up in the air.
Yeah.
It looks just like one of them.
It looks like a fairground ride that's a skipped.
Yeah, I don't know why they just didn't give him a proper car and just trick it out a bit on the inside. I mean, like you mentioned David Hasselhoff earlier on. Mm-hmm. Look at the Knight Rider car. In the original series, before they started making it, had bits stick out on it and that. Apart from the red light, it just looked like a Trans Am. But once you opened the door, it had all that stuff in. If they'd have done something like that, maybe, all right, buying him a sports car was probably out of the budgetary range of Doctor Who, but
no, I don't think so, because look how expensive it would have been to have custom built that.
Well, yeah. Well,
they would have had to have done the chassis or the mold. I believe the underside of that is a Robin Reliant.
I say, it's certainly a 3-wheel car, isn't it? So it's surely it's either a Reliant Robin or a Bond bug or something.
Yeah, and then they've done a custom chassis over the top of it. I mean, that's not cheap. So you knew that they were going to get more use out of it than just one thing. You knew there was more coming. It was like, let's get as many shots of this as we can.
Yeah, no, I would have. They've tried to make it look too spacey. If anything, I like I said, I would have got him a normal car. And they could have made the inside look very TARDIS-y with the buttons and screens and whatnot on it, and a few roundels here and there.
I look at that wall.
Oh, yeah. No. Watch them. Watch these walls. I promise you. Well, watch this now. Ready? Boom. Watch our light wobble. Holy crap. Oh, nobody thought, hang about. Ask that stage had to lean against it.
I think they just shot it at Roundtree's.
I think they said, well, it doesn't stop. When this one happens now, it'll be like, screw it. Everything's shit. This is a secure bunker. Well, I nearly let something slip then. I think the sets look quite effective, aside from the gap at the bottom of the floor where you can see where it's not actually touching the concrete. I think for the most part, they're quite effective sets.
If ever there was a good reason to CSO someone into one of these sets, now would be it.
But you'd have thought that they would have cut close to seeing those doors open and close so you couldn't see. They must have seen those walls shake. They couldn't have not seen them.
Oh dear.
So I just want to put something out there, Chris, as well for you as well. Okay, just so that you can see this. Just so that we can stand by our opinion of the. Oh, what the hell have I done? I've just opened up something I didn't want to open up. Zach. There we go. This just to so that we can understand our hatred of the Whomobile. This is what they could have had instead.
Yeah, see, that would have been better.
This is a 1970 Vauxhall concept car. So it actually predates this episode by 3 years.
I used to have a Matchbox model of that very car.
But I mean, like, they could have had this, but they went with the Whomobile.
I bet that thing didn't wobble constantly every time he got in and out of it.
I can't believe if that was the other option.
I mean, there are plenty of other options.
Well, every other option probably would have been better.
Yeah, just give him something like, Mark 1 Escort. That would have looked fine.
Yeah. I mean, but like just to look at some of the other concept cars that were around in this period, whereby, they could have been that they could have gone with.
I bet none of them looked like a fairground ride, did they?
Wow. I mean, that's just sexy. I mean, if that had been the Whomobile, it would have been a very different show. In fact, that would have suited John Pertwee.
Give him that car that was used in the new Pink Panther show.
Yeah. Apparently, that car was impossible to drive.
Yeah, I've seen. I think it was a YouTube video. The car was real, but basically it could go in a straight line. That was it. Forget trying to steer it.
I don't know why they just didn't give him a Land Rover. I mean, that's if you want reliability, the old Series 2 Land Rover is the epitome of it.
I found one. I found one. It's definitely a sec. This is definitely John Pertwee's car. Like this, if you'd had this, you wouldn't have flown around the TARDIS. That's sexy. I mean,
You're selling it up now. You really are selling it up.
It screams 1970s styling, but that is sexy.
Yeah, I can see him doing that. That's a bit like Bond's Lotus Esprit, isn't it?
Esprit, yeah.
Yeah. Again, that's Pertwee all over it, isn't it?
He would have built that himself, though, wouldn't he?
Oh yeah. He'd have bought and just showed up for work in that. That's lovely. Now, why does the brig not believe the Doctor here? Can you honestly think of a really good reason why the brig is questioning the Doctor? Given
No,
all the
not
crap
after all
that they've
these
got.
years.
Mm.
There is no good reason for him not to believe the Doctor after all the crap they've been through together.
Yeah. And again, this is what bugs me with Malcolm Hulk's right then. It's the fact that here's the hero and everybody's got to be against him. Even the allies have got to be against him at some level. Good reveal.
This bit with Sarah Jane is reminiscent of the moon section in the episode we watched a few weeks back.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Frontier in Space, yeah.
Yeah. But again, this has a bit more of an interesting story arc.
Well, it does actually have some point.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
I don't know with the Frontier in Space part there. Why was that, other than to introduce the Master, why else was it there?
It out, yeah. Just
Yeah.
plan it out.
Who is that actor?
Pardon?
Who is that actor?
Oh God.
Well, the guy with the beard.
Yeah.
I have definitely seen him in something before, and I can't remember what it is.
He looks like a cross between Sir Alec Guinness, Pete Townsend, and
I was going to say he looks an awful lot like Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, I was thinking of bearded Angus Dayton.
what's the character's name? Is he Mark or Adam?
Adam, I think.
Brian Badco.
So yeah. I mean, why is it? Why is the brig questioning him? He's got sabotage. He knows people inside his own organization that are working against them. Like the only person he can trust is the Doctor, and yet he still doesn't. I don't get it.
Yeah, it does seem awfully convenient. A lot of episodes, the Brigadier just refusing to believe, the evidence that he's seeing.
Yeah.
The advice from, I mean, bearing in mind the first time he met the Doctor, they had Yetis wandering around the London Underground. So,
Yeah.
stuff being unusual and hard to believe. I mean,
And that's what unit was assembled for, and he was the person that put it together.
yeah.
I mean, it's literally the reason why unit exists. You slimy git.
I'm not convinced the Doctor would fall for that either.
No, it seems so obvious.
And again, this is the flaw with Hulk's writing, and it's a trait in almost every episode that he writes. And honestly, it does grind with me. It's something that I find I don't like with some modern writing whereby they do it in like the CW a lot, and it doesn't make your heroes intelligent. It makes your villains dumb. And if you make your villains dumb and the heroes go along with it, then now it makes your heroes dumb as well. And that's the end of that one. Outro. So far, how are you hating it?
I wouldn't say I hate it, but it's not the program's finest hour and a half, is it?
No. But the thing is, as well, at this moment in time, we were episode 4 coming into episode 5.
Yeah.
And they've actually dropped away the dinosaurs, really. You might not have noticed it, but we haven't. This is the first time we've had a dinosaur in this episode. Oh, wait a sec. BritBox. Ting! Presented by BBC. And. Deedly deedly deedly. There we go. I do love the sled scan. That is so nice.
Right, we've got to look at the bottom left, have we?
Yeah, if you watch, I'll tell you where it is now. Watch the bottom left now. And you'll see that a mask appears over the bottom left, and it doesn't go. There it is. Just before the Doctor Who logo appears. There's a little black button right in the bottom left corner. Right just before the Doctor Who logo appears. It's where they were photographing it. Something got onto the lens and they didn't clear it off. But I just don't get them. I just don't understand the brig.
Yeah, see, they could have got round the brig being an idiot by going down the alternate universe, parallel dimension sort of route. But I don't think they are they?
No. And again, of all the episodes to not have mind manipulation, and considering they've had it in every episode prior, something that affects the mental acumen of people, this is the one that you'd want it to. Apparently, denim's pretty big if you're going to colonize a planet.
Well, you're going to have to work, ain't you? So you want a hard-wearing material.
No, she mildly shoved me out of the way. I mean, at least the brig's taking a moment there to suspect something's going wrong. I mean, bloody hell. I mean, how do you destroy a character that has been so loyal, so I mean, I just don't know what to say.
Maybe he took it badly when Katie Manning decided to dump him.
I mean, yeah, like again, it didn't happen. Like nothing went his way.
That's it. Yeah, absolutely nothing in any of the episodes he appeared in prior to this would give you any idea that he would suddenly, betray everyone.
Yeah,
It's a bit of a nonsense.
and there's
Yeah,
nothing in this episode to say why you would do it.
no, it's just totally out of the blue, isn't it?
Yeah, and it goes totally against Mike Yates. Like Mike Yates is a very salt of the earth guy. Like he might not be the sort of the sharpest tool in the box, like, but yeah, he was definitely an instrument. Like he was definitely one of he would stick by his friends and the brig first, and yet there's no good reason for him to do this.
The other thing that I always wonder about with this as well, especially this era of Doctor Who, I know he's not always got the best control over it,
Mm-hmm.
but the Doctor's trying to get away. He's up to his neck in it, and he just run past his TARDIS. Surely that would be an item you'd really want to take to use to go places.
To escape, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. It can only travel through solid matter.
And time. Could literally go back to a week last Thursday and stop Mike from becoming bad Mike.
I mean, again, that's the other part of it, though, is the fact that the Doctor himself, it doesn't help him in these characters behaving the way they are. It's not making the Doctor look smart. Like he figured it out that it was Mike, but it doesn't. It doesn't serve any purpose. They could have brought in any soldier to play the part of Mike Yates and be another character.
Well, I suppose they could have done. I mean, unless Richard Franklin wanted to be written out of it, and this was the best they could come up with.
But even so, like a character like Mike Yates, you'd probably want to give him a hero's out.
Well, yeah, you would.
Yes,
Blaze of glory.
I can see one flaw with the thing about him maybe wanting to be written out. When Invasion of the Spiders comes along, or Planet of the Spiders,
mm-hmm.
it's him trying to redeem himself again.
Yeah.
So, but I can't imagine they did this just so that they could then give him that role in that particular story.
I don't know. I mean, but even so, if you were going to do that with this character, surely you'd be want to make this character more central to the plot. Like if you want to show the demise of Mike Yates, you want to spend time with Mike. You don't just want him to be in the background. I mean, you look at how pivotal he was in like Demons. It done him a lot more good in a story like that than it is in this because he's just standing in the background. Yeah, he's a traitor. Him there in the background. Because.
Can't put Benton under arrest.
You got some quite pretty props here. It's good for on camera. You know, they got the props for that face screen. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do quite like the sets that they have in this for these colonization sets. I got a feeling that some of them are probably reuses from other episodes.
Yeah, they've dressed it up well, and it makes a change for them to use a color like they're using like a teal type of color here, rather than being like white or silver, or
Yeah,
it has got a lot of various greys in it, but that just gives it a totally different look.
yeah. I mean, it's nice to have a sci-fi set with color and not make it look cheap. It doesn't look it doesn't look tacky.
Looks a damn sight better than the dinosaurs. I'll give it that.
Yeah. And once again, we're dealing with a BBC chase sequence, which, as you know, as I mentioned several times before, the BBC have no clue how to direct action. They have no idea how to make something exciting. They shoot everything in wide shot.
No, really, you need something written by Brian Clemens if you want a good chase scene on a British television program.
I mean, well, I mean, you're going to see a chase now whereby they're absolutely gunning it in these vehicles, and it just makes it look like they're doing like 20 mile an hour because it's all shot in wide, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, look at other action films.
Yeah, I mean that was a bit Scooby Doo, weren't it? Him hiding in that little garage.
Yeah, but it makes it look more like he's out for a pleasant drive than it does, escaping. And given how much influence they've taken from Bond, you'd have thought one of the things that they would have looked at is how to direct action. Yeah, don't push too hard against that wall, love.
Yeah, this episode in particular, from what I've seen of it, goes a long way, really setting up Sarah's character for what she's like for the rest of her time in it.
I think that's probably the best thing about the episode is that it does make Sarah Jane such a good character. She's pretty full on. I mean, I want to say it doesn't set up Sarah Jane's character for the rest of the series. It sets it up for Sarah Jane adventures.
Yeah. And she hasn't yet discovered the Andy Pandy look either, which is always a bonus.
Yeah.
So the incidental music that played through that sequence was really well done.
It's not bad.
I just meant the Sarah Jane bit. It's all gone a bit fairground now, isn't it?
Roger, we have an action sequence with helicopters in there, so it could be far worse. It could be the music from the Ambassadors of Death.
Yes. Yes, it could be. Who's Roger?
He's out, apparently.
See, like, I mean, why would you shoot it like this? Like, it's single shot. They got no clue. I'm gonna say the B-roll in this is probably more exciting than the actual main unit. I mean, all this is done in one take. Look at it. No cut. And then, oh yeah, we'll do a close up. Like, there should have been a cut there to show him getting out of the van. Where he done this big sort of. Because he got out as he was moving. But he got out off camera side. So you didn't even see him do it. But you get that with this. This is what I mean. This is not. This is a guy who was directing this. There's a weird shot of the Doctor, but there for some reason makes it look more like a horror film.
Yeah, it was a strange shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
At least they've gone for a realistic woodland in this one. I don't know why they didn't do more outside stuff when they went in foresty type things. You know, there's quite a few in the UK.
Well, again, given that some of them were shooting around Ealing and so on, there's one literally out to the back of the studio. Like you open up the back doors and step out, you step into a forest. There you go. The Doctor gets away not because he's brave or intelligent, but because the soldier wants a cheeky fag.
Yeah, not because of how great he is, but how stupid the guard is.
I don't know, going by the music, I thought the Doctor was getting away and getting in the van because the lady loves milk tray.
Yeah. But again, look at the B-roll in this with the helicopter shots. Like, this is some lovely stuff. And then it comes to the actual main unit directing, and it's like, this is crap. Don't you shake that thing at me. I've got a machine gun.
I'm not afraid to fling it into the passenger seat.
I mean, the clever thing with this episode as well is the budget saving. That they've only got 2 Land Rovers in this, and they use them throughout. And to make them look different, they take the canvas top off. No, apparently this character was going to be a more prevalent character throughout Doctor Who. We're going to bring him back, but for some reason he wasn't available.
Is it really necessary for this to stay on her writing out the note? Can't they just cut to it?
I mean, they've been dramatic. It's dramatic directing.
Dramatic writing. Furious scribbling.
But again, you'll find that with this cut, it's a soap opera director, so it's a soap opera style of direction.
This wasn't the only Doctor Who episode that Paddy Russell directed, though, wasn't it? Did he also do Pyramids of Mars?
He done. Director. I mean, he done Horror of Fang Rock, Pyramids of Mars. I mean, he did some of the earlier ones as well. Bell of Doom, Priest of Death.
I
This
seem to
was really his
recall
first
Tom
book.
Baker say he did not enjoy working with Paddy Russell very much.
I don't doubt that. But again, like the most of the stuff that he's done is tends to be like Emmerdale. You know, that's tends to be where he sort of I can't even look at. I'm looking through some of his stuff here. I'm looking at anything that might suggest that this was a good idea. I mean, Mind of the Enemy might have been something. But before this was Little Women, The Doctors, Fathers and Sons, Moonstone, Softly Softly.
No, the Z Cars spin-off
Cars.
thing.
Yeah, we've done 55 episodes of Z. I mean, come on.
And when you look at General Finch, and you see the way he's obviously he's got stage makeup on, for being on set and that.
Yeah.
Do you think they've tried to Delgado him up a bit?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I think they were just looking at his general bone structure and went, well, actually, let's make him look a little bit more malevolent. Because that's not his hair. That's a wig. And I would suggest as well that's not his moustache either. Those definitely are his eyebrows, though.
Yeah, I think the only time I've seen him in anything without like wigs or fake moustaches or anything else, he was in an episode of Blake 7. I forget which one, but I think it was.
I think he was in 2 episodes, wasn't he?
Was it 2 of them? I know
Oh,
certainly one with the Imipack device, but I can't even remember if that was the first or second series.
Let me go back. Let's have a look. Look at his,
It was second series, because Brian Croucher was in it, rather annihilating the character of Travis.
yeah, Tansu Wang Chen. Yeah. Oh no, he's only in one. Yeah. Played Koza. My word, a Triceratops.
Yeah, if they'd kept that still, that didn't actually look too bad model-wise.
Yeah, but they've got a blue dinosaur.
Were you complaining about him being green earlier on? At least it's a different colour.
Yeah, but blue.
You showed us a picture of a red one.
That was meant to be red. That was a toy. Because the Brontosaurus from that was yellow. Like, you couldn't even make him walk. I mean, come on.
Dear, oh dear. The dinosaurs came back with a vengeance there, didn't they?
Yeah.
With a really bad CSO for the final shot.
The black eyes as well. I'm like, what the hell? Like,
Mind you, when it comes to the dinosaurs, I honestly don't know what is worse. How they look or how they sound. Because the sound is clearly somebody just going raw into a microphone. Yeah.
By the way, I keep forgetting this, right? But we were just talking about sort of John Bennett, his appearance in Blake 7. can we please remember how good he was as the priest in Fifth Element?
Oh yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
I must confess, I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen Fifth Element?
I have not seen it, no.
Oh, you would love Fifth Element.
I'm guessing you've just started the episode off, by the way.
I have, yeah. Sorry, way, yeah. Yeah, now watch the bottom left, and just before the diamond appears, and you'll see the black mask over the bloody thing. It ruins it. It's just that one thing.
I keep missing it.
It's there very briefly, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, it's not there for long.
Right, I've just literally started now, and
the dinosaurs roaring away.
Yeah.
John Pertwee's looking like, what the hell is that? Oh yeah, there's a clean close up of it, because as if you want to see more of that. They keep pointing the camera at it. It doesn't get better. Oh, here we go. There it is. Look, painted bloody. It's not even a model. The walls are painted. Here we go. If you thought Godzilla versus King Kong was immense, wait for it. There it is. I can't tell if they're trying to kill each other or make out.
oh dear. That is as bad as the first fight scene from the film Team America, Well Placed, but that was played for laughs on purpose. I don't know. Have you seen that, Chris? Team America.
Yeah. Oh yes.
It's that bit where they swing the two puppies into each other. I was literally crying. I was like, okay, I get what this film's going to be now.
But I mean, this is just wow. Come on. Like literally going like this with the bloody toys.
I'd forgotten just how bad this was.
She's like, really? And the thing is, somebody went, we'll reprove that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lucosa, if you haven't seen Fifth Element, you'll love Fifth Element. I'm sure you would. It's big time sci-fi ideas. It's like a small idea blown up to a huge proportion, and it's as cheesy as you can get. It's properly. It's kind of like.
It's one of Bruce Willis's finest films.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
We're certainly selling it. It sounds like something that warrants investigation.
Look, Gary Oldman is as over the top as you can get in there. It's just immense. It's this big silly idea of the darkness wanting to engulf the universe and kill all living things and all this stuff, and they have to stop it, and it's up to a taxi driver to do it. You get probably one of the best cameos from Lee Evans in it. There's a lot of good stuff in Fifth Element. It's probably my favorite performance from Chris Tucker as well.
Yeah, I haven't built a room that can hold Sarah Jane Smith.
I mean, it's not the most proactive thing that the Briggs ever ordered somebody to do.
No.
See, this is what I don't buy with the character now. I can believe that Mike Gates was misguided. I can't believe he would ever turn a gun on the
No,
Brig.
no.
Do something maybe nefarious behind his back, maybe like that. There's always potential for that with a character, even just to illustrate that the character's got taken a wrong turn. But to turn a gun on the Brig, I just don't buy it.
No. No, at all.
I want to know why Sarah Jane made the effort to pull that off when she could have just pushed the wall over.
I've always wondered why they don't rip that cover off, wait for the guy to come in and just twat them with the cover. Just walk out the door. Imagine hitting somebody with the edge of that, straight in the face. That's a broken nose and a bloodied face for sure. Get him in the corner as well. That'll make a mess. I just don't understand it. You see, the problem I've got is the fact that they've gone through so much crap together, fighting together, that I just don't buy it. And we haven't spent enough time with Yates to understand why he's gone through this. Like, how the hell did he arrive at that conclusion that his ideas are right? The world's slowest rising door.
Yeah, you'd need that in an emergency, wouldn't you?
No, I'm a few seconds behind you two. Yeah, I cannot believe how slowly that door opened.
Yeah.
So you do a few of these, Chris. You'll learn to keep up with.
Okay, we can, I can pause it for a second to.
Yeah, but I'm going to be in front.
There you go. I don't know where you are now, but I got them sort of gearing up to go raid the subway.
Yeah, that's where I am.
Benton, you stay here.
Yep, I've just had that as well.
See, this is what I don't like with Malcolm Hulks right there now. These people are just written as dumb. And the arguments they present in are just like, oh,
You know, they promised us.
yeah. I mean, see, like what is her mentality here? Yes, let's grab hold of him softly. I'm gonna mildly restrain you. Like, just stick the head in. If anything, she's dragging them. I mean, surely the fact that that door goes behind the airlock is evidence that the airlock itself is fake. Like, this is what my problem with the direction of this is the fact that, you know, when they do these scenes whereby people are being restrained, like, make it look like they have no alternative. You know, make it look like they're being dragged away. Like, I mean, in the previous episode that we saw, whereby that guy was carrying Sarah Jane, she was kicking and flailing and everything. You know, she didn't have a choice. Ah, God, there it is. The Brontosaurus that grows in size here. Like, it's just big enough to cover half of a road, and now it's big enough to drive under. It just grew 30 feet. See, like, some of the model sets don't look too bad. The model sets are the least of the problems. I've seen much worse on better productions.
I've got to say, mate, that model set you showed me earlier on was pretty special.
Well, again, that's why we were shooting earlier. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Yeah, you can actually see the the mouse holes in the floor for the rods.
Well, the moonwalking Stegosaurus.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if they didn't have the chalk outlines on the floor there, so you can see where the production parked the bloody. It's scrappy. Do you know what I mean? It's scruffy. There's things about this production which just make you go, for the love of God. I'm not expecting you to try hard, but just try. It's important to focus on that door so we can see that it's only got a bearing lock. I mean, it's a push bearing that you can get for any cupboard.
He never thought he'd see himself blowing up an underground station. Well, wasn't that along the lines of what they were doing the first time they met him?
Yes, down the underground, yes. Catapulting, yes. That was the entire point. Web of Fear, that's what they were doing. He actually sent soldiers down there to blow stuff up with Jamie. In fact, in one of the previous episodes in the Green Death, where the guy was playing Mr. Evans, Di Evans, he was actually playing the soldier in Web of Fear that was down there blowing stuff up. Yeah, let's focus on him pulling out a bit of cord there. Increase the tension for showing Pertwee wiring a bloody bomb. I mean, he's in his element. Don't worry about him. Like, but
The
they've
only
given
thing
him a
they've got
pair
to
of
worry
snips.
about a Triceratops is if it charges like a bull. It's it's a herbivore. It's not gonna chew you up.
Yeah, I know. It's all over the place. They did the same with the Brontosaurus. I mean, it's just like,
That wasn't a very good overlay either. The smoke keeps disappearing at an angle. I can do that. Here, look.
It's amazing. Like when you look at like these bad visual effects and all that, there's not many that make me go, Superman 4 did it better. Yeah, you can actually see the mask line where the smoke just goes off screen and it's just this hard edge.
Yeah, I don't know what that's like.
Actually, Chris, you're still more convincing. Your CSO is actually more convincing.
But it's 50 years later.
Yeah, with technology that's doing it live. It's actually the same process. It's just that it's actually less refined. Less conspicuous. You just blew up a bomb in the shaft. I think they're gonna know you're coming.
Yeah, that is a tad more than just a gentle tap on the door, isn't it?
Just a bit. And by the way, what do you mean less conspicuous? They just sent a Triceratops.
Less conspicuous than having just, blown a bloody great hole in their ceiling.
It's kind of like the end of the Batman movie where he goes, no, let's go out the window.
Yeah.
We won't take the stairs. We'll be less conspicuous if we climb outside of the building.
Go on, Benton.
And they didn't show him punching him. It's kind of like all the fight scenes in this were choreographed by the Royal Ballet.
I don't know, the Royal Ballet would have done a better job. I mean, you had a ballet dancer playing Sharon's Jack.
Yeah. But at least it would have been effervescent. Yeah, because they clearly are just going to be reasonable. Given what they're trying to do. Come on.
We don't believe you at all, but if you open a door...
Yeah. Now, he's got him in a dragon sleeper there. There's no need to poke him in the stomach. What you've got him there, it is far, far worse. No, I shan't try to escape. You've clearly defeated me. And yes, we do get a bit of a Deus Ex Machina kind of end here, I'm afraid. They've all got guns, and now I decide to move. Didn't do it when there was no armed people in the place. Pertwee? Reverse the polarity? Never. I don't believe you.
Well, they took the wobbly set with them.
And they took some of it. It's a nice little moment where he's just standing right there.
Yeah.
I mean, Dinosaurs is a bit of a stretch. I wouldn't necessarily go along with that. And there we go. That's the out of that. That's the end of the invasion of the dinosaurs. And job done, I think. So, now that that's over, can you see why it's notorious?
Yes. Although I have to say, not as
Yeah.
bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. Before I go into what I think, I am in need of a glass of water to take something for my back. So I'll just be a couple of minutes and I shall return.
No problem. I mean, the end of that. Chris, I'll let you go first. Where are you with how it pans out?
It's a bit up and down, really, isn't it? it's one of them things, especially at the end, where all of a sudden the Doctor's got this new power because he's a Time Lord that has never been spoken about before.
It is like I said, it's the big problem with the episode is the fact that to go back to what I was talking about through the episode, nobody does anything intelligent here. It's not an intelligent win. It's not an intelligent decision. It's not intelligence that wins the day here. It's luck. And it's luck throughout. It's luck when the soldier goes for a cigarette. It's luck when the in the room with Sarah Jane's in the room with a vent big enough to get out of. It's all luck. It's not. There's nothing. He pulls the lever. It's lucky that the Doctor's a Time Lord. There's no intelligent writing here. There's no, and again, it's a flaw with Malcolm Hulke's writing style is in the fact that the Doctor didn't do anything to win here. He literally did nothing. If you look at this episode entirely, the Doctor did nothing to get him into the situation and get out of the situation that he's in. It's literally just the fact that he happens to be a Time Lord, so he can pull the lever.
Yeah, like you say, Deus Ex Machina.
It's not even that. It's worse than that. This is the Doctor doesn't make any contribution to this episode. Like, think about it. Like, what does he do? Name one thing the Doctor does aside from reverse that lever there.
He made a nice ray gun. It wasn't really his fault that he got sabotaged.
I mean, it's just there's a lot of running around. There's a lot of procrastinating. I'll wait for Luke to jump back on there. But yeah, welcome back. You were just saying here that the biggest problem I've got with this episode, really and truly, is the fact that the Doctor doesn't contribute to it. That the Doctor is literally, he does nothing to this episode at all, and his actual, he doesn't win by intelligence. He just wins because he happens to be a Time Lord.
Yeah,
he's lucky, and it's all luck throughout this episode. There's no intelligent thought. Nobody does anything intelligent in this episode. It's all luck throughout.
I have to say though, it was better than I thought it was. When I say it's been quite a while since I last saw it.
Yeah.
It was not as bad as I remembered it to be. It's not good, but it's not as bad as I thought.
No, the story itself is quite a good. It's quite a big story. It's quite a big event story. It's very parallel in Bond. There's no doubt about that. You know, the villain with the base and the minister being double-sided, and this huge plan to take the Earth back in time to a point whereby they're going to repopulate the planet with their ideal humans. I mean, it's all very Bond-esque. The problem is, though, at least with Bond, you got to blow up the base at the end, and you end up with a big fight action scene and all. You didn't even get that. You had people loosely restrained, and the Doctor winning because he's a Time Lord.
Yeah, he was able to pull a lever. Problem solved.
Yeah.
They had a small bomb.
Yeah, but again, like my real problem with the story, generally, and it's with Malcolm Hulke, is the fact that the Doctor does nothing in this entire story. He doesn't contribute to the end of this story at all. They run around for a bit, and then he pulls a lever.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah. I can't argue with it.
I mean, can you think of anything the Doctor does to progress this story?
Oh, like I said, he made a ray gun that it didn't work because it was sabotaged, but that's about it.
And he got captured a lot, and therefore those of us watching were able to find out who were the villains before any of the characters could. That was about the size of his contribution. Yeah,
I mean, aside from being able to pull the lever, which if he hadn't been a Time Lord, it wouldn't have worked anyway. But I mean, if you took the Doctor out of this story, would it have been that different? Like the dinosaurs would have still been appearing because that was the cold open. So London would have still been evacuated. The unit was still investigating. The traitor inside of unit was still there. So, I mean, theoretically speaking, if the investigation had gone on, it's entirely possible that the brig might have been able to figure it out at some point. Because
not the way they wrote the brig.
I was going to say, yeah. I know in the Three Doctors, they wrote the Brigadier to be somewhat stupid, shall we say? But in this, no, they did not do him any favours at all, did they?
Yeah, I mean, let's look at the positives of this episode, though. I mean, let's not crap all over this because
there are positives in it. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, Sarah Jane Smith is phenomenal in that.
Yeah,
she's on fire. She's really leading the charge. She's formidable in this. I think a lot of the set work is done well. I think all the set dressing is done incredibly well. You know, even from the point whereby you can even tell what classroom unit they're in by what's written on the blackboard. Like that's how detailed it is. When you go from geography, you go from the geography classroom to the biology classroom.
Yeah, to the biology classroom. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got an eyeball drawn on with an optic nerve drawn on the blackboard. Whereas when in the geography one, they've got a river and the Saxon settlement. You know,
they look more like the opening to EastEnders, but which is fitting with a writer, I suppose. But
but I mean the action in this is bad. Like it's really bad. I don't know. Well, Lucosa, what are your thoughts on how you've seen this story pan out? Because, like I said, it's a big story. Should they have gone for actually the production on this, or do you think that this is one that they maybe should have gone? Actually, let's skip this for now.
I mean, there are plenty of parts in there where you could see they were padding it out. If they'd made a few cuts, like the one I pointed out, we are focusing on Sarah writing out this note, and we're basically sitting there watching her write the whole thing out. Why was that needed? So you make little cuts to remove bits like that, and you do it throughout the whole thing.
You also got John Pertwee wiring a bomb for 5 minutes.
That's right. So you get all those bits there, cut all those bits out. It would have improved the pacing of it. We could have ended up. I don't know if we'd have ended up saving as much as 2 episodes worth. It could have ended up being like a 5-parter. Actually, now I think about it, no, you probably could have got it down to a 4-parter from that.
I think you could have, yeah. I think because there's a lot of times as well whereby when they show the dinosaurs, that they just literally staring at these dinosaurs on a locked off camera shot.
Yeah.
And it's just like going,
yeah, it's not doing anything.
I mean, as bad as it was, the only time that really worked with the dinosaur shot was probably where you had the 9-foot doctor going towards the Stegosaurus, because that was establishing that the dinosaurs were disappearing again. That's the only time I can think in the whole episode where they really needed to focus on it.
This is my problem. Like they built the effects department, whatever production design did this, they built the entire street, they built the garages, they built the houses, they built all this stuff. They had a backdrop, the whole lot. All they had to do was film the dinosaur and drop the dinosaur into a real location. They were already filming outside. Like, you didn't need to build a model building. You had real ones. I mean, it was... Of all the things to drop... Like I said, they done the whole CSO thing with Sarah Jane inside the hangar. Just go to a hangar!
Yeah.
There's just questionable decisions along the way. And, as Lucosa was pointing out, with the direction, when they were not making edits, they done it so frequently. Like, for example, in the chase sequence, they literally leave the camera locked off until the other Land Rover drives down the lane. Like, just cut.
Yeah.
It's not hard.
I mean, what is wrong with Sarah Jane saying, right, I'm going to leave a note for the Brigadier?
And just cut.
Yeah, we all know what someone writing a note looks like.
But but you also get the other side of that, whereby they'll say, "Oh, look at that over there," and they never cut to it. Yeah. It's just like, what is it? Like,
the amount of gunfire you hear, and it's all off camera. Yeah.
It's all happening out. Everything's happening over there. It's happening just outside this frame. All the interesting stuff is happening like sort of over here.
I mean, as ridiculous as it may sound, is it that they blew all of the budget on the dinosaurs and they couldn't afford to film, any other meaningful action shots?
I don't know. I don't know how much this would have cost, right? But I got to believe that it was probably they were probably saving some of the budget. Actually, I would have said that this was a budget saver because it's hard to say because of how much location they shot in this. Because again, this would have been shot. It looks like it's shot on Super 16, for the most part.
If they paid any more than a $5 for the dinosaurs, they were ripped off.
But again, so the dinosaur effects, we don't know how much they did for that. It's going to be a reasonable amount, I would assume.
Oh again, yeah, I think it was.
But it's not just the dinosaur effects; all the model effects in this. Because whilst we criticised the dinosaurs, it was the same company that built all the model streets and everything as well. And these weren't. They didn't build them as. They weren't built in compartments then, so you couldn't interchange buildings or anything like that. They built them as one freestanding.
Yeah.
So these models were, I guess, from what I can see, this is just purely based upon the way it's moving, and it's just an estimate of how big those models were. I want to say that most of those models were probably 6 foot by 4, so and they're probably about 2 foot tall. And I would say that the dinosaurs are probably about somewhere in this region. So I wouldn't have said that they were much bigger than that. I think this is probably because they were rod puppeted, and if you look at the rod puppets, they really they were kind of this big, So I would assume the Tyrannosaurus was probably the biggest model that they had, and that was probably just sitting just over a foot tall. The close-up Tyrannosaurus was a glove puppet, which had rolling eyes. I mean, it was just. And then you had the blue bloody brontosaur. I mean, it was just like color creation dinosaur. I don't know. Like, I mean, given that the fact they knew that this is what blows my mind. They knew what a tyrannosaur looked like. There's one in the Natural History Museum that they had, and there's all paintings and so on and movies about dinosaurs that have predated this. All right, some of them were just lizards painted up, and somebody stuck a bloody thing on a horn on a lizard's head, and they filmed it in slow motion. I get that. There are those out there. But that still looks better than this.
Yeah.
Well, I was looking at some of the story notes for this, and the Invasion of the Dinosaurs is not the best of titles, but it's better than what it could have been called, which was Time Scoop.
Well, I mean, they do use a time scoop in the Five Doctors, so at least it would have tied in.
Well, the other one ties in with Pertwee's first episode, because the other working title, yeah, it would have fitted. The other working title was Bridgehead from Space, which didn't really fit because there wasn't really any space in it, only the illusion of space. But yeah.
I mean, the failure of this episode really. Actually, I'll tell you what the failure of this is. Had they got rid of the dinosaurs out of this plot and turned it into either a virus or a nuclear threat, this would have been a much better story.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking all the way through this. We knew about the idea was to take everyone back to this golden age, where we never actually got to find out what period of time this golden age is.
Yeah.
All I kept thinking was, why are the dinosaurs turning up in the first place?
Yeah.
Why are they even here?
Yeah.
It made no sense at all. So it seems as though it was just someone thought, oh, it'd be great if we had dinosaurs appearing in Doctor Who. Okay, let's slap them in this story, and there you go.
Well, that's it. I mean, how many hidden places are there in London that we don't know about that people do? They could have done the whole spaceship, like the fake spaceship, in a base under the ground with the whole of London populated. I don't know why they needed to evacuate the entire city. All right, for the time thing, I suppose they need them out of the area. But I mean, how was it explained how big this area was?
I mean, he said 8 million people were evacuated, so it's supposed to be the whole of central London. So the idea, I guess the idea was that they needed to create this time bubble so that only the people inside the bubble got transported back in or was safe from time. When they reverted time, this is what I'm taking from it, is that everybody inside the bubble would have stayed, whereas everybody outside of the bubble would have been eliminated.
But why use dinosaurs?
It was just to get people out of the city, as far as I can tell. But the other
no,
part
I meant
problem,
from a production point of view. Why use dinosaurs? Like you say, it's just let's have some dinosaurs.
But this is the whole flaw in the logic. It's kind of like with Time Warrior. You know, remember how last week I was saying with Time Warrior that it didn't make any sense that he stayed in the past, pulling people backwards in time instead of taking himself forward? Well, why didn't they just go travel back into time before the rise? Just go back 10,000 years. Problem solved. Like they could restart the humanity society the way they saw it just by traveling back 10,000 years, 5,000 years.
Yeah. Would have made for a shorter story, but
I mean but they could have just gone back in time 5,000 years. They would have arrived at a point in the planet's development whereby everything would have been exactly as they wanted it to be, and they could have taken any technology they needed to back in time. Because you imagine, if you could punch a hole in time big enough to bring multiple dinosaurs from 65 million years ago, you've got the power to travel a couple of hundred people back in time.
Yeah.
I mean, not to punch a bloody big hole in the plot here, but there it is.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just... And again, had they took the dinosaurs out of this and turned it into a nuclear threat plot, whereby you've got these people in an underground bunker, and again made it more Bond-esque, because that's clearly what this is. This is a riff on Diamonds Are Forever. I mean, it's just crap. There's nothing else. Like I say, they've never done a good dinosaur story.
No.
They've never done one. The closest they come to a good dinosaur story was Deep Breath.
I'm wondering now. Apparently, there was a BBC4 documentary called Dinosaurs, Myths and Monsters, and they used a brief clip of this story for that. Now, BBC4 is a very modern, up-to-date channel, surely. They could have come up with something better than using the dinosaurs from
maybe
this.
they might have been using it as a bit of a tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, I think I've seen that particular episode, and it was basically along the lines of, this is how dinosaurs have been portrayed on television before.
Right.
Yeah, and it was an example of how crap they looked.
I mean, it's just it bugs the piss out of me with the way that they can't do something very like this is how simple it is, right? You can tell a story about dinosaurs in a very simple way. Don't treat them as dinosaurs. do it as a survival story in which you're stuck on safari in the middle of Africa. Treat it exactly the same way, and you're good. Go. There you go. There's your story. Run with it. You have to survive this environment. Everything around you is potentially out to kill you. You've got no allies. You've got nothing at all. You've just got to use your wits to survive. Go. It's Jurassic Park. It's not Jurassic World. It's Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
I
like to pretend Jurassic World doesn't exist.
I don't think anything past Jurassic Park. I don't like it. Jurassic Park 2 is crap.
Yeah, it's a terrible film. Yeah.
Jurassic Park 3 is even worse.
Yeah.
And I don't even know why. I mean, I know why they kept making them, because money, but
Exactly, that's the only reason.
Right, we've mentioned Malcolm Hulke a few times during the course of this. He names this as his favourite script, and he goes on to say, "I decided what I wanted to do and came up with a lovely idea of the golden age with all these people behind it who just didn't fit in. There were lots of rather sad people always living in the past and wanted to turn back the clock. I think they were totally wrong in their thinking, but I like the story. It's easily my favourite because I felt it was the way a lot of people feel. Left out, left behind by things changing."
But they
says nothing about dinosaurs.
Yeah, but they weren't even the focal part of it.
No.
And again, so all the stuff that's good in this episode, or all the stuff that draws questions in this episode, it's all left behind. It's all out there. Like, why does Mike Gates turn? What causes that set of circumstances for him to actually betray the people he's been the closest to?
And put
he betrays his friends and his confidants and his allies. Like, it's an incredible set of circumstances that must have happened for him to arrive there. Don't know why.
And the thing is, he weren't even promised a place in the golden age, because he says now, "Oh, I don't matter. I'm not important."
Yep.
Well,
yeah. So why would he help him in the first place then?
Yeah.
if he doesn't stand to gain anything at all.
But again, we also get the time scoop guy from the 13th century.
Yes.
Doesn't ever happen. It
Yeah.
doesn't explain.
there's not even
interesting
a
5
line
minutes.
there's not even a line of dialogue saying, "Oh, we cocked up there. We've gone to the wrong time period."
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, it's drawing up an interesting notation of this time tunnel, this time scoop, is actually pulling from different points in time. But actually, it never happens before and it never happened since. And we don't know why it happens in the first place. So Malcolm Hulke can say whatever the hell he likes about this. It's crap.
Yeah.
Swiss cheese has fewer holes.
Let's just be grateful it didn't go back to the 1800s and pull forward a singing, dancing, guitar playing First Doctor.
Oh dear me. I
With
mean,
a toothache. Yeah.
I just like where do you go with this? I mean, I don't know. Like, if I was gonna be, totally critical more of anything else in this, how dumb are these people? Like, literally, how dumb are the people in this story? Even the Doctor's dumb in this. And again, it does rely a lot on the style of writing that I really don't like, whereby these people are just ignorant of the conversation.
I've found that infuriating throughout this.
Yeah, and it's completely. It's one of those things that it's just a writing trope of Malcolm Hulke's that he does, and when I first started getting into sort of, I mean, usually going back, 20 odd years ago, well, more than that, probably 30 years, when I first started getting into film production and so on, and paying attention to people's writing styles. Like some of the first people I was paying attention to were people like Eric Stillwell, Brannon Braga, and so on. So I knew what to expect when I saw that name come up on the screen. I was like, I know what this person's niche is. I know what this person likes to write about. Like, for example, like Brannon Braga, don't ever ask him to write a romantic story. He can't do it. Ask him to write a time travel story, though. You're good. You're really good. Eric Stillwell can write character pieces coming out of his ass. Don't ever ask him to write sci-fi. He's good at the character stuff. He can't do the technical stuff. Andre Bomanis, really good at the technical stuff. Don't ever ask him to write character. Can't do it. And it's the same with Malcolm Hulk, really. He's really good at giving these big, bombastic plots, these big through threads, but there's no... he's not very good at wrapping them up. And he's not very good at delivering anything other than antagonist versus protagonist. You've got your protagonist and everybody's against him. And that's it. Even your allies are against him. So it's just the fact that like, for example, in this, the Brigadier's against the Doctor.
Yeah, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah. And, I mean, he did a strong showing for Sarah Jane, which was great, because that was one of the best things about it, was that he was given this fresh character that you could go, right then, off you go. And I don't think he ever did anything other than write Sarah Jane without anything other than this person's a go-getter.
She was the only intelligent character in it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even Whittaker wasn't, who was supposed to be this guy that invented this bloody time machine. And yet he couldn't figure out that it would be easier just to take people back than bring all the dinosaurs forward. It's just insane. We get some good performances out of this, though. I mean, Martin Jarvis is solid in this. Yep. Carmen Silvera is very, very, very solid in this. Even though she's a bit ignorant and a bit dumb, but she delivers it honestly. Who else we got here? John Bennett, good performance as General Finch. You know, he's very, very solid.
Good performance. Unfortunately, it's a good performance of an extremely unbearable character.
Yeah, I mean, he is very much when they do that. When he's sort of did that dismissive behavior earlier on, it's explainable with his character. It's not explainable with the way that they write the military, and it's not explainable with the way they write every other character since. And I mean, where do you stand on this? Because, like, for me, every time I see them write the military, they don't seem natural. And but when you see UNIT, who are still military, but this faux military, then I guess they seem a lot more real.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that. They seem to write UNIT as like your friendly planet saving do-gooders, whereas they seem to write the rest of the military as some real kind of hardcore fascist regime.
Yeah,
but they're still part of the same thing.
I know. And I mean, that's what I'm trying to get at, is the fact that they really have this hard time writing military personnel, even though UNIT are military.
I mean, like some of those squaddies that Sarah and the Doctor had to deal with, like when they had the car with the furs and that in the back. Them guys, they were like the Gestapo. Yeah. You know, like when he went, even though it was a very unconvincing shake, he went bang, 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 bang over their heads. It's like, bloody hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not pointing at hands enough.
Yeah. I mean, it's just how, and again, like not to keep raining on this parade here, but like how difficult would it have been to have given them blanks?
Yeah.
Like, or just put in a muzzle flash. Not all the time, but just there, just so it didn't look like people shaking props. Like,
I'll tell you what, if the Doctor had a machine gun, Pertwee and a prop, it would have looked so real.
I do like the fact that he actually built a gun that was a particle accelerator that actually had an accelerator on it. I thought that was clever. That was like I'm on board with that gun. I can get on board with that. That looks like it would do damage. And obviously, yeah, not to keep dragging this down any further, but Whomobile.
I was just thinking the Whomobile, and I hadn't realised that the Whomobile appeared in more than one episode. I thought this was the only story it was in. So there was one really infamous scene, which I'm sure you are all too well aware of, the one I'm thinking of. I thought it was in this. No. So, yeah, we've actually got worse to come where the Who-mobile is concerned.
Yeah, and I mean the good thing is like we got Death of the Daleks after this, which yeah, it's back to sort of being in quarries and so on, but it's a better story. Um, it's actually quite an interesting story because Death of the Daleks is actually going. What if we disarmed the Daleks and they had to work with the Doctor? So it's kind of like that. They've got to actually have a bit more of a presence together, which it starts off good. I mean, to me, the better part of the story would have been, what happens if Daleks got to actually have a conversation with the Doctor instead of it just being this guttural flailing of propaganda back and forth. But that's still to come. But I mean, getting back to this here. I mean, it's pointless me asking what you think the biggest failure in this episode is, because there's failures across the board here. Dudley Simpson done a pretty good job with the sound scoring.
For the most part, yeah, there was some good themes playing that fit what was going on, and then occasionally it wouldn't. It'd kind of drift into, like, there was one bit where it went, they was creeping about, and it was like really spooky, creepy music.
Yeah.
And then it went to the military, and it sounded like it almost sounded like one of those yeah, like fairground music or comedy slapstick stuff.
Oh,
you've just written the military as the Gestapo. They are not going to have jolly fairground music.
Yeah. So not to spoil anything, but next week when we do Death of the Daleks, you're going to get a lot of that.
Oh God, yes.
And it's repeated.
I am not a big fan of the soundtrack to Death to the Daleks.
No, it's really not. It's it literally doesn't. Like you, I know you like Laurel and Hardy. It's pretty much.
Yeah. If you like the oboe, you'll probably think it's great. But other than that, yeah, forget it.
But I mean, it's worth noting. Like, I think the failure in the music in this is literally in the edit, more than anything else, because I mean, you can. I'd be willing to bet you. I've seen this before. Right now, this is an old one. I'm going to share this with you. Just so that you can see that. Oh, that's wrong. What am I putting in here? I just want to show you this. Somebody done this. I want to say a few years ago. I've got to find this. This is a guy on YouTube has done Invasion of the Dinosaurs. I think he was using sort of if I go right, this is like I want to say it was like a PlayStation effects, or I don't know what it was, but he decided to do it with new visual effects.
Well, if ever there was a Doctor Who story that really could do with like a special edition with the improved effects, it's this.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they did it for things like Destiny of the Daleks. You think, well, that didn't really need a great deal. This really does.
Oh yeah. I mean, like what this guy's done here, and again, it's not great. Right? Don't expect like magic here, but I mean, it's definitely an improvement. Let me just. Even the audio effects are better.
Unfortunately, it's silent.
Like, it's still a bit ropey, but at least he's got bloody flashbangs going on.
It's a vast improvement over what we had.
Oh, yeah.
At least that looks like a dinosaur.
Yeah. So yeah. Oh shit! Wrong button. There you go. What do you think of that?
That was much better. I mean,
Yeah.
it was still a bit.
For an amateur, it was
Yeah.
just this is just like it wasn't the best, but I mean, at least you can kind of see the potential there.
Absolutely.
I mean, let's talk. We've got to have to talk about the dinosaur effects, obviously, in the various degrees. What's the worst dinosaur effect in this?
Oh, I mean the CSO of the T-Rex laying down in the warehouse with the Doctor and Sarah and that in front of the windows. It looks so much like a Kinder Egg sized toy that had been blown up to fill a window. And there was another one. It kind of had a line round here on it. And the way it moved about, it looked like a bloke in a rubber suit, except I don't think they had any of them in this,
No,
but it looked like one.
no.
I mean, why would you have a join line on a model like that? I don't know if they broke it and what they did, but...
Right, so at a guess, I would say it's a join. The join is there because it's probably two different materials.
Yeah, more than likely.
I would say that what you've got there is potentially where they wanted to move the neck. Because if you look at the neck on the dinosaur, on the T-Rex in particular, I'm guessing that the body was more of a latex foam, but the neck was more of a canvas. And it was probably a canvas covered in latex. So that's why it looks so droopy and flaccid, and this dinosaur got bingo wings. I mean, it's all over the place. Lucosa, what about you? What do you think is the biggest failing shot in this?
I mean, it's hard to pick just one, but I suppose it's got to be the T-Rex attacking the Brontosaurus. It's horrendous in every aspect. There isn't a single. I mean, it's supposed to be like this. Action shot, two enormous great dinosaurs attacking each other,
They're gonna
and
collide.
I've seen two steamrollers approaching each other at a greater speed than these two things do, and then when the fight actually does begin, oh my God.
Yeah. It's just
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna put my head in
cringing.
your mouth.
It's cringing. It really is.
So bad.
I mean,
Yeah.
it has entertainment value thanks to being completely unintentionally comical, but that's it. Yeah.
I mean, if I'm gonna pick my favorite worst shot, oh God, no, see the bit where the T-Rex bursts through the house in the very first episode at the end, and he's just there going, "Rah!" And you got these two guys roughly shooting at it, and one's pointing over there, and one's pointing over there, and the dinosaur's there. Like, and there's nothing firing, it's them shaking the guns. And it's just like, come on.
I'll be another one that got me that I did well to contain laughter. It was the one of the I think it was the second pterodactyl attack, and it was literally someone going ah.
Yes, yeah. I mean, the sounds of the dinosaurs were horrendously atrocious from start to finish, but that one was far and away the worst of the lot. It was just. I mean, you listen to it and you think, look, they're not even trying anymore, are they?
No. I'm trying to think. Like, I'm trying to put myself into. You can imagine standing in the office with Barry Letts and Terence Dix talking to the Director General of the BBC, and trying to convince him that this was not your fault. I would have loved anything to have seen that.
Yeah.
I mean, any time that you look at where it leads up to the cancellation of Doctor Who in '89, And you get the documentary, like I don't know if you've seen it, like with the documentary whereby he's talking about, hey, yeah, I'm the guy who cancelled Doctor Who, and it's because I didn't like it because I just thought it was cheap, tacky science fiction and all this stuff. I was like, this is what he's talking about,
Yeah.
and this is his argument right here, wobbly sets and everything. I mean, like, and there's no excuses for these things. Like, you can't. Like anybody can do like bad effects, right? It's that's not even it. It's where it gets down to the point whereby those doors was closing behind the Doctor, and then the walls were doing this.
Yeah.
See, the thing I don't get about that is, last summer, we had quite a bit of like some severe winds down here for just a few days, and one of the fences at the back of my garden went a bit wobbly, and I noticed it wobbling. So I braced the bloody thing, and now it doesn't wobble. I mean, and that's not going on film. That's just a fence.
So, I mean, obviously the way these sets are constructed, they're not constructed they're not load bearing, right? And the way that I don't know if you know anything about the set construction, but the walls themselves are a thin skin with normally a 2 foot by 2 foot lattice on the back to make the flat to give it some rigidity. And then you get these upright poles that come down, and then they stage weights that hold them in position. So it's basically a triangular assembly. So this is your flat, this is your assembly, and the stage weights are here holding the set on, right? Now, when they do these sets with the bridge on the top to make it look like they've got a roof as well, these are normally hanging. So these are normally hanging from rafters, and they just sit down and get pinned to the top of the set. So there's not a hell of a lot of weight being held on it at all. So when they do that, if you move these sets, it doesn't. You can move them, but what they do then is you have this call sheet on the script, and it tells you right. This is who we need on the set for the day, for the shooting, for this episode. This scene here, this day, we need this person, this person, this person, these people, the sound and all that, and these are all the people that got to be on set. At the bottom, it says, "Do not touch or lean against walls." Right? That's on the bottom of every single one. Do you know why? Because that happens. Right? So when that does happen, you know it's a thing. When you've got moving objects, moving walls, and so on, you brace the bloody things. You by having somebody go around. I've had to do this myself, right? I've had to do this on stage, live on stage, whereby I had to go under the set, and because the pinning had come loose, the set had started apart, and I had to go under and hold the damn thing together using my head and my neck so somebody could walk up a bloody rostra. It wasn't fun. But you have to do it, you know. And to have those sets where these doors are slamming down, you know there's a lot of force going on, right? There's literally people with just letting go of a rope, right? So you know the weight of these doors, it's got to be 4 or 5 stone that they're letting go of because these things are just coming straight down, right? It's dangerous. You need more people on the set. You need more people there. I mean, I don't know, if you heard about what happened with Harrison Ford when he was working on Star Wars, on the new ones. They did a very similar thing there, and it broke his foot.
Oh yes, that's right. Yeah,
they just dropped it in because these things, even though they're not real metal doors and so on, they still wear.
There's still some weight in them. Yeah.
And there's a lot of kinetic force going on. So anytime you got stuff like this. Rolling doors, side doors, slide doors, anything. You have to brace it properly. And the fact you get wobbly walls like this just means that they weren't. It's that simple. And there's no excuse for it.
I'll tell you what, that clear perspex door on the spaceship, that weren't in danger of wobbling anything the speed that was moving.
No. And I'd be willing to bet the reason why that is because it actually weighed a ton. Because it wasn't thin ply, it was actually sheeted perspex. At the time, it would probably been about 6 mil perspex. It would have probably weighed about 30 kilos. So the guy hoisting that up was probably sweating his balls off. I'm going, can I get a hand over here? And he's like, no.
Yeah.
And they probably wouldn't have even been on a crank either. It would have probably just been on a slip swivel. That would have probably been it. I'd be amazed if it was counterweighted as well. They can do that, which is nice, but they probably didn't bother. I mean, some of the sets in this are nice. Let's talk about that. All the set design I thought was very effective.
Yeah, that spaceship was lovely.
Yeah, it was. And again, it's nice that they have props that face camera. Because normally when they do like shots like this, normally with a computer shot, you get the back of a computer screen. Whereas they'd actually designed this set so that everything, all the pretty side stuff, was actually facing camera. And I don't know if you noticed it, but there was one prop there, which was sort of like this big sort of half circular prop, which had a monitor in the middle. And they actually had a live monitor feed giving these sort of like moving blocks on it.
Yep.
And what a lovely little prop! Like, all these little things that they done. If I had a complaint at all, it's the actual time base, if we want to call it that. The actual bunker was actually tiny. Like it just felt really, really cramped. They're inside this sort of lab when they've got all these levers and switches and everything, but it's like, here, I can lean over here and press this switch, or I lean over there. And it's just like, it just wasn't impressive.
No, especially when you consider it was supposed to be in some abandoned government installation. You'd have thought, no, it's going to be bigger than this.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's not. It's not an underground broom cupboard.
Yeah. I mean, what are your thoughts on the set designs for this?
To be honest, a lot of the time with things like set design and that, I don't really notice it a great deal. This is something that I've noticed from watching a lot of these streams before. See, whenever I'm watching Doctor Who, I am basically watching it, and it's taking me back to like how old I was when I was first watching the thing.
Yeah.
And I'm watching it through like the eyes of some young kid, and I'm sitting there thinking, "Oh, this is great." Well, most of the time. So things like the wobbly sets and and bad set design just completely goes over my head. I just don't pay any attention to it. If a set is exceptionally bad, then yeah, I notice it. Time Lash usually springs to mind for some funny reason. But yeah, there you go. But yeah, so things like that, yeah, set design. I can only assume it must have been done pretty well, because in order for me to notice it, it's got to be really awful. And at no point did I ever notice anything for like the wrong reasons. Well, certainly not where set design goes. So that would indicate I thought they did a pretty good job on it.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, apart from the wobbly walls on the rolling doors, I didn't. The sets didn't jump out at me other than being good. I think they were well lit. They were well dressed. I've got no real complaints with the sets, to be honest with you.
So I do have small issues. Nothing major, right? Because I think, in general, the production done a pretty good job. I think when you were with Unit in the school, I thought it looked very much like, it certainly looked like the school that I went to. It was that sort of old, sort of turn of the century stone brick mortar school with the old blackboards and the big thick radiators and all that. It had that vibe of this could be a school or it could be a hospital. It doesn't matter. It was built by the same people. And it definitely had that good look to it. And then, of course, when he went to the minister's office, it looked like a minister. I mean, even the dressing on the desk of the little statues that he had on his desk, and the big fireplace and all this stuff, and the tea caddy that he had over on the side. I mean, that sort of stuff, those sort of details were really nice. Even the little, I don't know if you noticed it, but he had these like little pictures it was the small picture with this big wide frame. and he had it all over his office, but it was only in his office. They didn't have it anywhere else. So that was really nice.
That's the school set.
Yes.
Now, was that a set that was built?
It was built for the production.
All right, because just when you were saying that, there's a list of filming locations on here.
Yes.
And one of them is Moorfields in Moorgate in London, which is a hospital. So I was just wondering if they'd used part of that hospital. It's because you said about it being built by the same people for the schools.
I mean, I would assume part of it, but none of the unit stuff was shot in that. Because
Right.
I'll tell you why. If you look outside the window, you can see that it's painted flats outside.
Right.
So you can see outside the window, it's literally fake scenery that's outside. So that's a set. The other part is the lighting as well. The big giveaway for Doctor Who lighting is whether or not it's on location or on. You always see that a location looks like it's real, whereas a set looks like it's been studio lit.
Right.
And there's the big.
Yeah, I know. I know the difference. Yeah.
Yeah. You can see the difference there. Yeah.
And it's crazy when you think about it because you're trying to make these things match. So if you're trying to make these things match, why would you like this differently to that? When you had to shoot it that way because it's a location, it's got a forced ceiling, and they don't do that these days. Actually, that's one of the big differences between modern filming now and old filming, is the fact that studio sets now are normally built with a ceiling.
I'll tell you, the filming location list is unfeasibly large. The amount of places they went, I mean...
Again, they shot in London on a Sunday, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they did a lot round Kingston upon Thames and that. It's just... I've not seen a filming location this year.
Yeah, all the gasworks and everything, yeah. I mean, it is... But I think, with the production design, the way that they did this, the biggest failure for the production design for me is probably the bunker set, because the bunker set doesn't really... It doesn't work for me. The bright red walls and everything. It's
very
overly,
very pokey as well.
Yeah, it's overly built for government work. If you imagine, what's the cheapest thing that they can spend on paint, or do they need to paint these walls because it's a bunker?
Yeah.
Would they have just been bare brick? And wouldn't that have worked a little bit better, or would they just been flat concrete? It's at some point there. Some of the failings of it looks a little bit glam rock. For I mean, even the elevator set, whereby even the elevator doors, you've got these big silver things either side of the door. You've got one big up arrow and one big down arrow, and you just like they glow blue, and it's nice. Well, surely wouldn't that have been just like this little light above the door? I'm just spitballing you, but I think these giant things that point up and point down
kind of give away your secret base a bit, that doesn't it?
just a touch. I mean, use an effective trick that they did in this actually, which was the scene where Martin Jarvis gets into the elevator for the first time, which is it's like a broom cupboard.
Yeah,
it's a really clever trick that they did. So he presses one of the blinds down, on one of the slats down, and it summons the elevator. And when they do it, it's a guy underneath the door on the inside, and he's just got a roller blind. And he just lets up the roller blind, and it lets up light coming through the slats to make it look like the room is actually ascending.
Mm.
And when he goes back down again, it's just literally being pulled back down again. And it just makes it look like the room is rising and descending. And it's really clever. It's really a nice, cheap way of conveying what's going on without having to do anything big and expensive. And then, of course, they get rubber dinosaurs. But
still better than a rubber frog.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Is it?
I'll tell you why it is, Carwin. It is because these dinosaurs were made on a shoestring budget in 1973, whereas that rubber frog was made on an awfully bigger budget in 2019. There's no excuse for it.
I hear what you're saying, but they made more of them in this. Like, it wasn't just the one. They couldn't stop themselves at just the one. They made several. including one pterodactyl that looked like it was being puppeted by Ron Hull. So I hear where you're coming from, and I sympathise. But they did it several times in this, and they couldn't stop themselves.
Well, they had
kept
to
doing
though,
it.
didn't they? They had to. They had to do it several times. Otherwise, it would have been called Invasion of the Dinosaur, and that's not nearly as terrifying as having 6 of the bloody things.
Well, it
But then they chose bloody some dinosaurs that weren't even aggressive.
Yeah, and the majority of them weren't aggressive.
We're going to choose this one because they choose bushes.
Yeah. Here's one to consider then. What was the worst effect between the pteranodon or pterodactyl, whatever it was in this, or Kronos, his first appearance in the Time Monster?
Oh God! Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, the bright white pigeon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God. This is the worst effect in this, in the pterodactyl effect or Kronos.
I think it's got to be Kronos because that was really. But I was like, let's swing a bloke at the door while he's flapping his arms.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I get what they were going for with that. I guess I'm pretty sure they meant to blow out the lens. I'm pretty sure that was what they were going for. Was they were going to blow out the actual the white balance. So I'm guessing they thought it was going to look spectacular. It just didn't.
No.
Whereas with this, I think like they didn't have a choice. So it's got to be Kronos. Has to be the worst because they could have done something. They could have just thrown more light on Kronos just to get him to blow out the lens. Whereas with this, they were stuck with it's rubber. And they couldn't get the pterodactyl to flap its wings. That was even worse.
Yeah.
It would just stay in the air, jiggling.
At least they had the sense to have a lot of very quick cuts, so you didn't get the chance to dwell on it. I mean, yeah, it needed to be quicker, but it could have been worse.
Is there an edit of this that they could have done which would have improved it? Like, could they have edited this in a way, or was the damage done by the visual effects? I mean, we had a brontosaurus that grew in size.
Yeah.
Like it occupied half a road, and then it grew to a size where they were able to drive.
Yeah, they could drive under it. Yeah. And it's not like they were in a C5; they were in a Land Rover. So yeah.
I mean, it did. Let's be honest here, right? There's things that they did in this which didn't make a hell of a lot of sense. And there's stuff that they overlooked. Like, I don't want to get into the minutiae of physics or whatever. But if you've got a dinosaur that weighs 35 tons, and it's walking down a tarmac road that only has hardcore under it, wouldn't it be nice to see the road break? Like, just be, just crush, crunch, and things break. So there's things that they could have, given that they had these things march through walls. If a brick wall isn't going to stop it, I've got a feeling the thing is standing on ain't going to help. And given that it's London, which is basically standing on a honeycomb,
yeah,
it should have ended up somewhere in a subway, surely. Taking a tube up the rectum.
Well, maybe that's how that Triceratops ended up in the underground then. He was originally up above ground and just fell through it.
I hope he had a valid travel card.
I mean, where do you go with this? Like, I mean, what would you have done to have made this better?
Deleted it completely.
That's the next question.
Made it one of the last episodes.
You can't delete it. You've got to improve it. What can you do to improve this episode?
I assume redoing all of the dinosaur special effects is not an option either.
I mean, it is, but what would you have done? How would you have done it differently?
Well, I would have outsourced it to another effects company. and just said, "Look, this is what we've got. You cannot fail to do better than this." You know.
I mean, where would you have where would you have changed this to make it better? What would you have changed to make it better?
I would desperately have tried and found a way to not have that dinosaur fight in there. I mean, I'm trying to think. Other than an action sequence, what purpose did that scene serve?
I don't know. I think unless it was just that they wanted to have a clash with the dinosaurs.
I don't recall there being a major reason for it.
No, I don't either. So that's one thing I would have done. Lose that. Because, okay, yeah, they wanted an action sequence. What they got was laughable. Get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have less shots of the T-Rex for definite. I think for the bit where you could see it through the window in the warehouse, I think I would have rather have had, even though it was moving slightly with his breathing, I would rather have had a matte shot of a T-Rex there rather than using that puppet.
I do have a fix for that puppet to have made that puppet look better. Actually,
does it involve acid?
No, just turn around the other way. So instead of having his mouth open, have it the other way around. So it's the back of his head. So you can't see the mouth into the mouth, because that was the when it was round that way, you could see it was just rubber tongue and rubber teeth. Because when it was round that way, you couldn't see it. It was just like the back of it. So I think that would have looked better anyway, just by default. I don't. I mean,
I'd make some of the edits that we discussed, like the building things and the writing notes and stuff like that. But and I would have just cut down. I would have cut down the dinosaurs a bit.
I would have got rid of. I would have got rid of the scene whereby the damn thing's walking past the painted buildings, because it's just painted. It's not even a model. It's just a painted flat of thing, and the dinosaur's just there, and it's just like, oh my god! You guys have never heard of this, right? But we used to have a show on S4C here called Falabalam, right? And it was this kids' TV show on S4C. It was all in Welsh, right? And it was a toy village, and with dolls. And the people used to come in and they would puppeteer these dolls. And they weren't puppeteered. They would literally walk in with the dolls and just sort of play with them in this fake town. And that's what it reminded me of. Like, you've never seen it, but I would say Falabalam actually done a better job.
And you could see their hands.
Oh, you could see them. They would walk in with a dog. They would hold them like that, like as if they were holding a teddy bear or something. They would have a teddy bear, and he would be like a character in the story, and you'd just be the person playing with the teddy bear in this town. I'll see if I can find, and it's easier to show you than it is to explain.
I can't help noticing that the vast majority of our suggestions as far as improving this story involve cutting out scenes with the dinosaurs, and yet this is a story called Invasion of the Dinosaurs. And let's also not forget, already they don't make that many appearances throughout the whole thing.
Yeah.
And we're saying get rid of a load of the appearances that are in it. I mean, it's not exactly a mark of, a great episode, when these are our suggestions.
Change the title of the escape of the fake spaceship or something.
Oh, I don't. I mean, seriously, I think like with the dinosaurs. Yeah, I mean, they didn't work as rod puppets. They didn't work as hand puppets. I mean, there was a point whereby I don't know whether or not they should have looked at this and gone, actually, maybe we should have done something different instead.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see. Oh God.
Well,
I'm assuming. Oh, God.
I was going to say, after they saw the finished article, there's every chance they might have said, I wish we'd done something instead.
I'm assuming there was time constraints and stop motion was never an option.
Well, you see, I don't know because so even if they had done stop motion, the stop motion that they would have done would have only been 15 frames a second anyway. It wouldn't have been the full 25 frames a second. They wouldn't have done that. They would have done the clip stop motion. So it might not have been that bad anyway. But again, I think that's what they were intended. I genuinely I believe that when they started doing this, they went to the effects company and they thought they were going to get Ray Harryhausen, and instead they ended up with the Muppets.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, this looks worse than Morph and Friends. Not that there's anything wrong with Morph and Friends, but I'm just saying, it looks worse than that, and that's just plasticine blobs stuck together.
Ah, there it is. Oh my god, it does look better than. Oh my word! Oh, you're in for a treat, you.
Right.
Hang a sec.
Can't contain my excitement.
Oh yeah. You're gonna love this. This is proper. This is the stuff. Let's go here. Let's switch to share. This is how this show worked, right? So this is essentially how this works. So he's playing the postman here, and he's just telling the story. And this is the fake town, and these are all the characters in the town. And he literally puppeteers these people without even puppeteering them, really. He gets other people in. And this is how it works. And this is better than the Invasion of the Dinosaurs.
I'll tell you what, though, it's not a proper kids program. Even though she looks like him a bit, it's not a proper kids program until Christopher Lillicrap turns up with his guitar, mate.
Yeah.
Or him or Derek Griffiths.
Yeah, she does look like Christopher Lillicrap. I'm sorry, whoever she is, but
this is how they do it. They sort of tell this story with these dolls and everything, and see, I mean, it's just they don't even do any sort of like puppeteering. Because there's a bit in here because they've actually got the car. Yeah, it's like the town is called Falabalam.
well, I don't know about you, Luke Ozer, but I feel really enriched now.
It's a real slice of television nostalgia, isn't it? Eh?
Oh yeah. I mean, look at the quality on that car.
To be fair, it's better than the Hoomerville.
Well, I say the kids' toys and that, they're certainly better than the puppets were in Pipkins. So it's I've seen far worse.
This is the sort of level of quality that we're dealing with. So yes, we go back here. There we go. Yeah, the little slice of Welsh nostalgia there. Ah, bless it.
We're gonna have to rate this, aren't we?
We are. Yeah, we are. What are we gonna give it out of 3? Do you know what? I don't think it's gonna be that difficult. I think story-wise, I know there are big, massive holes in this story. It is riffing on other things. I don't care what Malcolm Hulk says. It's not a good script. The character assassination that happens in this is unforgivable. What it does to Mike Yates is just nonsensical at best.
I'm surprised he went along with it, filming it. To be honest with you,
I don't know. I don't know how he was feeling at the time. I don't know what was
I
going
suspect
on.
he didn't have much say in it at all.
Yeah. I'll give it a little bit of a thought. I think we'll go to Chris first. Chris, what would you give this out of how many you want to give it out of?
no, I'll still do it out of 10.
It's up to you.
I am going to give it 4 out of 10.
Oh,
And
not much.
it gets those 4 points for the lighting and the sets, and I don't think the acting was particularly bad. You know, people were still giving it as good as they always give it in Doctor Who. The music weren't bad when it was like fit into the scene and that, which it was more often than not. So I'm going to give it 4. It might be a generous 4, but I mean 5 of the points I took off were for the dinosaurs alone. So
I want to say something as well. We haven't given any credit at all to Noel Johnson in this, who was the minister, and he was really solid. He genuinely seemed to be the guy that believed wholeheartedly in what he was saying, what he was doing. I think that his delivery of what, like, he wasn't naive about it. He seemed really convincing. So I think we gotta hand him some points as well. But there we are.
I've got no argument with that.
What are you gonna give this out of how many you want to give it out of?
Well, yeah, I'll stick with that at 10. I'm not going to be quite as generous as Chris there. It has some okay moments. The story was not as slow and plodding as I remembered it to be, so it was an improvement there. Despite the gaping holes in the plot, it did have moments of merit. I'm clutching at straws a bit.
Let's be honest here. You know, it does have some great moments in this. It's not like this. This was had this been done with better visual effects, this would have been okay.
Yeah.
We'd have still been stuck with some of the minor fixes that needed to be fixed, but visual effects aside.
Yeah, I mean, there's also issues. Like I say, I realise it was obviously done intentional, but some of the characters are quite unbearable. The stupidity that so many of them displayed, the fact that they were so close-minded, including the Brigadier again. I wish they wouldn't keep doing that. You know, I would give it 3.
Yeah, that's that. I totally see that. There's no. Oh, where do I go with this? This story does wonders for Sarah Jane Smith.
Yeah.
That's it. The direction is awful. The music isn't bad. It's not great. The editing is atrocious. The plot is empty-headed, and I don't give a toss what Malcolm Hulk thinks. Yeah, I don't care. You can think this is the most wonderful script he's ever written, but then he should take the pen out of his ass and use his hand instead. It's just
there might have been a better script if he'd taken the pen out of his hand and shoved it up his arse, to be honest with you.
At least we knew he would be writing crap. I mean, the thing is, it really. I understand why people hate this story for Mike Yates. I totally get it.
Yeah.
I can't disagree with that. I think that all the characters are written dumb. Nobody's written intelligently. The way out of this, it isn't even an intelligent result. It's not even pouring water on the computer to make it work. It's literally the fact that it's just because he's a Time Lord. That's the solution to this story.
Yeah.
There's nothing clever done. There's no positive resolution. There's nothing. This is a 2 out of 10. This is 2. This is nothing about this works well. You got Elizabeth Sladen. That's it. And even then, she's stuck in denim for half of it. And it's just, she has costume changes that don't even make sense. Like, where the hell did she get her clothes from? I mean, it's just nonsense stuff. I can't. I don't want to hate this for hating it. Like, it still has charm to it.
I'll tell you something. I'd still rather watch this than The Timeless Child.
Oh yeah. Look, I haven't gone into negative figures, have I? I mean, it's still out of 10. I mean, the Timeless Children was just no, no. Yeah, I got to give it 2. This is an episode which might have worked better if it was animated. Because the stagnant movement of the models was not had. Here's the interesting thing: had they done what I suggested, whereby they CSO'd the dinosaurs, they could have put them on rods and actually just CSO'd the rods out, and they could have actually had these damn things moving.
Yeah, actually move. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was something else I would have done different as well. While I remember it, because I meant to say it when I was summing up. I also, if I was doing this story, I would have had whatever the other soldier was as the mole and the spy in the camp, and I wouldn't have done that to Mike Yates.
Yeah,
they could have got anybody to be a spy.
yeah. Well, again, so the Private Bryson was supposed to have had a bigger part anyway, and he couldn't do it because the actor was not available. So they could have done it. I would not have done that to Mike Yates. I
No,
definitely wouldn't have.
the thing is, yeah, if you bring in sort of like a new actor, then the chances are everyone's going to suspect that he's the bad guy. So you perhaps bring in 2. But they told us in episode 2 that it was Mike Yates. So it wouldn't matter if you brought a new actor in for everyone to suspect, because as soon as Mike was on the screen, they pretty much told us.
But again, the worst part about it is that they spent no time with Mike Yates.
No
time. He just turned because he was meant to, and that's no excuse. This is the guy that almost killed himself trying to save the Doctor and everybody while they were trapped inside the force field and demons. Like, what? Don't talk so stupid.
Yeah.
Like this guy points a gun at the guy that he served so much time respecting. I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all, and it's
totally out of character. Although I've got to say, he made it believable. Regardless of how much we disagree with it, he made it believable. He took the script and went with it.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if he did make it believable. He was basically given a script that was ludicrous. He made the best of a bad job, but even if he had given an Oscar-winning performance, it was still. Hang on a minute, Mike Yates has suddenly turned against him. That's just ridiculous.
I mean,
it didn't work.
Yeah, no, I don't think for a minute that it worked in the slightest. What I meant was, I can't even think of the actor's name now.
No, unfortunately, I can't either, which is annoying me. No, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, his performance. It wasn't like it was a half-hearted performance, which he could have easily
Franklin,
done.
By the way,
there you go. Yes, yeah. I mean, he could have easily just given a real half-hearted performance, because he'd read the script, thought the idea was atrocious, and said, "Well, I'm not going to bother with that. Okay, I'll do it by the numbers," sort of thing. But
the other thing I want to say about this as well with Mike Yates and why it's such a terrible thing is that we've already had a previous story where Mike Yates was the inside man working as a double agent for the Brigadier and for Unit and for the Doctor. We've already had this in a previous episode in The Green Death.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy, his belief system in doing it for Queen and Country is so rigidly strong. I just don't buy that he could ever morally turn against the Brig.
No, not without some form of mind control, and there was none.
It's just the fact that he, I mean, he's this dynamic, heroic figure that just turns out to be the villain, and he's not even the villain; he's the villain's lackey.
Well, I think there's a word that sums up what it is. It begins with B and it ends with Ollocks.
We all know what that is.
So exactly.
I got a pretty shrewd idea, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a dynamic shift in the character's belief system. That's the whole problem with it, is the fact that the entire underpinning of the character is like, as it's going along, it's like, oh no, he's going to turn any minute, he's going to turn any minute, he's going to turn, and he never does.
I'm
And you
having
just think,
after this conversation, I'm having a revision. I'm giving it 3 now, not 4.
well, I'm just thinking to myself, like, this is when we're talking earlier about how we would have made it better. I think that's probably what I would have done. Is at the end of it, where it gets right to the end, where you think, oh right, Yates is the one that's, the turncoat in this. Have it be like, have Yates turn on and go bang, right, and he's the one who stops the thing, because it was the Doctor talked to Yates and said, "This is what I need you to do," given what he had already done in the Green Death. So it would, and how amazing would it have been for the audience to be been led along, believing that Mike Yates' character had been, shifted in this way, and have it turn out that it was just an intelligent plot by the Doctor to just get on the inside.
Yeah,
To
that
have
would have
Mike
worked.
Yates be the inside man, and to have it be like, because he's already done it before.
So you mean a double agent?
Well, just yeah, have everybody believe that Mike Yates has turned against the Brig, the Doctor, and all his compadres, and have it turn out that actually it was a ploy by the Doctor all along, because he would have at least made the Doctor intelligent to be able to deal with this, and not just be, oh, he can do it because he's magic.
Yeah, I was thinking of something even more simple, which was just not have the Mike Yates, turning at all. We've already got the General there
Yeah,
as a villain.
but I
Did
mean,
we really need another member of the
I like the idea of
the
having
military
him,
there?
of having being somebody who's the close companion, somebody who's almost a companion with the Doctor. I like that idea, but I would think that if it was going to be somebody like Mike, I think that I would have had him be already told by the Doctor, or a plan by the Doctor, so that Mike was actually planted. They think that they've got Mike, but actually the Doctor's already superseded that and got them. As a ploy to expose them. Or at least the other thing to have done there would have been to have had Mike see the error of his ways and died saving them. That's the only other thing I would have done. Literally taken a bullet for the. I would have said the Brig. Maybe the Doctor, but I would have said the Brig.
Yeah, would have been a far better way to treat his character.
Anytime you do a big redemption story, the character should die. Anytime. If you've got somebody who's put themselves into that sort of position where the stakes are huge, then you need to flip reverse that, and it has to cost the character their lives. It happens. All big redemption stories always end with the character dying.
Don't talk about huge stakes. I'm starving.
No, but that's how it normally. If you look at all the best redemption stories,
Yeah.
the character always dies, and that's because it's the cost. It's the cost of. I mean, obviously the obvious one there is Darth Vader.
Darth Vader, yeah.
But I mean, there's plenty of other moments whereby the guy will step in and say no, 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 and then step in front of the bullet, and that's what should have happened to Mike. Anyway, I think we've covered Invasion of the enough.
So it scores 8 out of 30. I mean, that's not good, is it?
Does it get that high? 3.
It got as much as 8.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, 3 and a 2. Wow. That's a low score. That's a low ebb. That's pretty severe. Does that make this the worst episode of Doctor ever?
No, there are worse episodes than this. I think so.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah, but is this our worst score?
I don't know. I
I
think
can't remember what you gave Mark of the Rani or Time Lash.
Oh, Mark of the Rani was low. Mark of the Rani was. I think Mark of the Rani was 4. So
Oh dear.
yeah, I think I scored 8 points for them shooting at an actual site. The actual town, the mining preserved mining village that they shot at. I think I might have given them points for the interior of Rani's TARDIS, but I think it was pretty bad.
I think I might have given it a somewhat higher score because I found it entertainingly stupid.
Yeah, I think. I mean, next week, right? We got Death of the Daleks next week, which has all 3 working, functioning Daleks in it.
All 3 of them.
All 3, 100%, all 3, and a couple of non-functioning ones.
Can I just add? I think I don't know if you're going to want to hear this or not. I think Death to the Daleks is equal worst Dalek story with one other from the classic era.
Well, I mean, it's wrongly titled.
Yeah, very.
It should be called Death to Exelon,
Yeah.
which probably would work better. Because Death of the Daleks it's not actually a Dalek story. The Daleks show up in it, but it's not actually about killing Daleks.
Yeah, they are more sort of incidental characters in the thing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they end up with submachine guns.
Yeah.
Something to look forward to. It's only a 4-parter as well.
I mean, it'll breeze by.
Yeah.
And you got like.
It also has one of the most hilariously ridiculous cliffhangers.
Do you mean where it's close-ups on the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a highlight to look forward to.
They cut to the scream as well. It goes from Pertwee's face and just zooms in on the floor. Yeah.
Wow.
There you go. Take a look at this pattern. No.
What times we live in.
Yeah, again, it's aside from a mistitling, it's still a good episode. I think it's still got a good potential in it. Is it a good Dalek story? It's not a Dalek story. It can't be a good Dalek story. It's not a Dalek story. You get a lot of, again, it's one of those episodes which requires a lot of. It should have had a lot of ADR dubbing, which it doesn't. So you get a lot of people.
Yeah.
So you get a lot of that, but I think it's better than this. It's definitely better than this.
Oh, it's better than this. Yeah.
But we are at the end of Pertwee's run, whereby I think they've stopped trying. I think I think the set wise, Death of the Daleks is. I think it looks better. I think it's lit better. I think the Daleks have a bit more energy in it, because the Daleks to me always lack energy. You know, they just sort of trundle along. Whereas in Death of the Daleks, I feel like they actually are sort of irate.
And their unique paint job.
Yeah.
I don't think it appeared before or since.
No, it's just sort of the white and black, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we got the dishpan bloody flying saucer. Oh, it looks hideous. It's worse. They could have just used a hubcap and it would have looked better.
It has a lot of defining moments.
You're really selling it to me, boys. I'll tell you.
Have you not seen this?
I tell you what, Chris. I think what they do well in how they did sort of like some of the CSO in this, whereby some of the ways that they were using it was effective, but not what they were using it against. Whereas in Death of the Daleks, they use it very, very effectively for all the stuff that they couldn't do. Like there's this giant city or citadel and they have like Sarah Jane walking towards it, and it's clearly she's matted in, but it's what they need to use it for. Whereas in this, they were using it for like, it's the screen, so it's CSO. It's a dinosaur, so it's CSO. Oh, look, I've got a sandwich. It's CSO. I mean, they actually use it in Death of the Daleks. They actually use it for what they need to because they can't do it any other way.
They've reined it in.
Yeah, and I think it pays off actually by having a bit of bladder control. They don't just piss it out. But anyway, I think we've gone on enough for this week. I hope you've had a good time.
I certainly have.
It's been a lot of fun. Thank you for joining us, Lucosa. Are you
No
going to be
problem.
joining us next week?
I think I may be coming along for the Death of the Daleks ride.
That'll be cool. That'll be good fun. Chris, have you enjoyed it this week?
I have. Regardless of it being a lowly ranked episode and that, it was still a crack to watch. I think I enjoyed it more sitting here watching it with you two than if I was sat on my sofa watching it by myself, because I think I'd have had my head in my hands by the end of episode 3.
Yeah, I think but really that late.
Yeah, you've done well.
Yeah. Anyway, let's end this now. Take care, have a good time, and we shall see you next week for Death to the Daleks. So take care.
See you later.
Oh, I've just switched off. What have I done? There you go.